Hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hello. Hi, Danik. How are you doing today? I'm gonna turn this up for a little bit more. But not too bad. Happy Saturday, y'all. Crickets, hi. How you doing? How you doing? It is Saturday, January 30th. I actually have a test strip today. For this one that we did last time, I did not have a test strip, and that was kind of simultaneously fun and nerve-wracking, but you know. Hi, Alex. Ginger molasses cookies and zucchini lasagna. Life is good. Yes, and I'm full of jealousy, not so much rage, but maybe eventually I would like to eat what you are eating. That sounds amazing. Oh my god. How's everybody's week been? Tell me everything. Tell me all the things. So today we're going to be doing this piece. Yeah, you can barely see, but let me see if I can change that, at least for now. Also no cam today, sorry. I know last week there's no cam too, but that was for a different reason. This reason I just would rather spend my time painting more for you instead of, you know, making myself up or whatever. So this is a tea bath. It's a teacup bath. We talked about this actually last stream. So I thought it'd be cute. There's a tea bag here that was used to steep in here. And there's a spoon on the wall that's got a big gob of honey in it that, you know, I figure whoever's in here takes like a handful of the honey and kind of, you know, uses it like soap. We've got a dragonfly up here chilling on the towel. And then over here, I have purposely put in an anise plant and some mint. And also down here, kind of a mint leaf on here. You can barely see it, but I'll try to render this out a little bit quicker so you can see what's going on. But we're going to be doing that once I've kind of figured out here what we're going about. So this will also be for sale and is part of my Cozy Corner series. That I'm just doing for fun. A little bit busy today, so I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this. Knowing me and what I end up doing, I typically start painting and then I'm having too much fun to quit, so I don't quit, and we're on here for 5 hours, and then I have a finished painting, which is nice, but it's eaten into my regular, you know, job time. So we'll see how it goes. I plan to be not so long, but then of course it's not up to me, it's up to my brain and what ends up happening anyway, so there's that. But Cavendish, hi! Yeah, the teacup hot tub. That was your idea, I think. I liked it. I liked it a lot. What really sucks is I drew this in Clip Studio and I had a time lapse of it because there's a time lapse option, but stupid idiot self, I had it saved as a PSD instead of a clip file, and if you've got that way, it's not gonna save the time lapse, which totally sucks. So I lost the time lapse because I'm a moron, and what's worse, I even knew this. I absolutely knew this. So I had forgotten to change over, and I just feel stupid about it, like super stupid. So anyway, it sucks because I was going to give that time lapse to my patrons, but whatever. So this one will hopefully come out similar to this one. We'll see how that goes. Hi Noxkira. What is follow age? Or followage? Which is that? Is that supposed to be a command? I'm supposed to know that one? Dang it. I'm gonna write that down. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I'm sorry. write it down so I can add it. I feel dumb. Let's see. So for anybody that didn't see my last big time lapse, I'm gonna stick that in there right here. Oh, weird, Knox. I don't know why either. Hi, I asked. I don't know either. That's weird. It should remember. That's really strange. It's going good, man. How about you? How about everybody tell me one awesome thing that happened to you this week? I'd love to know. Also, for anybody that's interested, on, shoot, what is it? On Monday, February 1st, I'm launching a new Patreon tier. Because I figure I'd make so many of these ATCs and I don't get to do enough with them. So I figured I'd start a sweet monthly little print tier where you can get a ATC print every month, which is like the size of a trading card. But since I don't sell them, they're absolutely 100% super rare. Like, I'm not going to offer them, you know? So, let me see if I can bring up a picture of what it is. Creative bug recently, so I did a makeup look with a bunch of mystical accessories I had on hand. Hey! I bet that ended up awesome. I feel like anything you make when you've got a bug to do it is just going to end up better, you know? Shoot, I don't have it on hand. Either way, that goes live on Monday. I'll be posting about it on my Instagram, Twitter probably, everywhere I am. You guys know me. So I'll throw in my socials again just in case there's anyone new here. Socials. Alright. And for anybody here who uses Linktree, I don't use Linktree. I use this other one called Beacons, and I think it's a lot better. So if you're somebody who uses Linktree, you might want to check this out because there's a lot more you can do with it. If you go to mine and then go to the bottom of it, it'll say, you know, that you can try it out for yourself or whatever. Give it a go. It's actually pretty fun. And there's, like I said, a lot you can do. So for this one, the whole reason I was showing these at the beginning was this one here is part of the series. This was the Walnut Papasan. And this one here is totally unrelated. However, I really like the color scheme of it, and I wanted to use it for this one. So I'm gonna probably be using a lot of these colors, though I'm gonna have to add in an extra color to kind of pop areas because this is an anise flower, which is typically purple, which should, if I use a warm purple, work pretty well with this. Plus it'll add a nice accent and stuff, and I'll probably be adding green here too, but I'm gonna lean more towards these colors for this one, especially since it's tea, you know. What is a Linktree? Linktree is typically a spot where you can put all your social links because the internet world has gotten so out of hand with how many socials everybody has. There's a thing called Linktree that if you look on people's Instagrams and such, it's going to be like at the bottom of their profile here, and you click it and it usually shows all their stuff. So it's a nice, you know, place to actually have all your links. But I use one that's not Linktree, it's Beacons. And you can actually have like a tip spot, you can have like a video in there, you can do all these things. And you can add more images and stuff like that. There's alignment options, just things that Linktree didn't have that I was kind of bummed about when I was trying it. So anyway, that's an option. Awesome. He got his first Moderna COVID vaccine. Hey! That's good. Does he have any side effects? Like, how's that going so far? I've heard, like, mixed things. Webcomic site? Oh man, Cavendish, put a link in the chat. You've been working hard at that. I mean, if it's got NSFW stuff on it though, just make sure to let people know that. And the fursuit thing, that's cute. That's gonna work out real nice. I'm excited to see that for you. You got your first patron? Oh, that's so exciting. And you got a fever from it? Oh, is that normal? Oh, Ayas, that's so good. I'm happy for you. It's really good to capitalize on that whenever that happens, you know? Alright. Oh, that's a really bad tangent. I didn't even notice that. Okay. Well then, that's good. Good. I'm glad to hear that it's a good thing then. Alright. So, got my watercolors over here. Get them closer, but not too like crazy in there. Oh hey Greg, how you doing? Yes, thank you for getting it. Props, props, props. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I just took out one of my swatches in my watercolor palette and I forgot to change my swatch, so they're all off, so I have to move that over a bit. Alright. I'm good, you nerd. I'm alright. I am alright. Busy as hell, but you know, you guys know me. That's just how it is. I almost think I shouldn't even mention that anymore, because it's tiresome to keep telling people, yeah, you know, stressed. And it's like, who's not stressed, right? Right? Okay, so I'm gonna just wet the crap out of this. I was smart this time. I brought a brush that's actually big enough to do my entire painting here. Last time, that was funny, I put all my brushes together to wet it down. So if at any point it's shiny, it's okay. It's gonna be shiny for a minute. Alright. So I have a specific idea in mind for this lighting as well. But we're gonna see how that goes. Getting little particles of weird stuff on here. I don't know what that's about. So overall, everybody had a good week. Maybe rate it out of 5. From a 0 to 5, what would it have been for you? If anybody had a bad week and you want to rant about it, we have a channel in our Discord specifically for that. It's called the Vent Tent. So if you need to vent, get in the vent tent. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's good that it's nothing worse, Cavendish. Not that he's in pain, obviously. That's bad, but you know. So I am doing a specific kind of tea. There is a tea I have that is my favorite. Do we have any tea drinkers in here? Like, I drink both tea and coffee, like, actually equally. I'd say I have a cup of coffee a day and I have a cup of tea a day. But I want to share what my favorite tea in the whole world is. That I have every day. It's an herbal tea, so this one is you know, it's not bad. No caffeine in this one. If I had to say what my favorite caffeinated tea is, I'd have to say English tea time or black tea with lemon, with a side of blackberries. But for my favorite tea brand and type that I could have forever until I die, it's this one. And this is the one that I'm actually trying to portray in the picture too. Oh my god, that is a long damn link. Let's see if I can get a shorter link for you guys. Goodness, really? Oh, whatever. Here's the full link. There you go. 7. Is the 7 on a 1 to 5 or a 1 to 10? I'm on a high right now, and food, and I got the first coat of paint on the bathroom. Damn, Crickens, you killing it. That's great. I know, Winton, it is a long link. I don't know why they didn't give me a shortened version. The leafy side, oh, Crickens. I wish I could just solely be tea, but man, I'm an espresso chick. I just gotta. Exhausting to be sitting there in the car with him for 2 hours, be there 15 feet, a stack of needles. Did they just have to, what? Cosmo Sketcher! 10 bits, thank you! Oh, and here I thought bits were dead. Thank you so much. You are the sweetest. So Cavendish, did they have to watch him for any immediate effects? Is that why you had to stay there for a bit? 1 to 10. Oh yeah, Crickens, it is so good. I had it for the first time when I was in England, and I was so happy I could find it here too. So yeah, it's real good. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hey, Botched. Is it Dennis or the other one? Phil? Is Phil the other one? Man, I wish I could quit like coffee, but I can't. I just can't. Thank you, Cosmos. This is the one we did on last week's. For anybody coming in now, this was last week's watercolor we did on stream. So you can see that in the video before this one. I'm doing this little cozy corner series where I'm just doing things that are cozy, in my opinion. So this was what I would call the dry, relaxing type of person, which is more me. I like soft blankets, curling up, having a nest, that sort of thing. And then this week's is going to be what I'd say is the wet relaxing, where people who like taking baths and, you know, just soaking in things, taking hot showers, just being, you know, that sort of deal. I feel like most people fall into one or the other. I'm sure there are people that like both, but I don't know. Every time I've tried to relax in a bathtub, I couldn't do it. I just didn't like being naked and wet and staring at my body. I don't know, it was weird. And I'm trying to apply kind of these colors to it. So hopefully we'll do that. For those coming in, here are my socials again. It is, yep, it's I called it the steep soak. Like deep soak, but it's a steep soak. Ha 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 ha, get it? Oh, funny. Look at me. But anyway, so, oh, thank you guys. That's smart, Cavendish. Then at least if they have an immediate reaction, they can treat it. That's good. Oh, a line of cards. Wow. Dang. So I'll go over this real quick again. There's a spoon here on the wall, and these are all kind of micro worlds. I'm very big on small things. Maybe I should use that as a tagline. But there's a spoon on the wall here. It's got a dollop of honey in it that they're using as kind of an antibacterial scrub or some crap, right? And then this is the tea bag they used. And I like doing these scenes lately without the main character in them, so you can kind of make your assumptions about them. I think that's kind of more fun in a way. So I'm omitting the character despite how much I like characters, but I am adding a little, like a life in there. So here is a little caterpillar who wants this berry on the inside of the room. So he's the little bit of life that's there, but not the main character, right? So in this one, it's this dragonfly creature. Not exactly a dragonfly, but I took the elements of what I liked of dragonflies. Oh, thank you, Cosmos. Yeah, isn't that kind of fun? So you get to almost make up your own character for it. I don't know. I enjoy the whole interpretation aspect of some things. Plus, the game design side of me, like, is crazy about this, so totally about it. What was the best meal you guys had this week? I like knowing everybody's yummy meals that they've eaten. And then as I go along, I'll try to change the colors and the contrast of the camera so you can see it better. Right now, people weren't able to see it when I had it, so I wanted to make sure you could see it. So I darkened everything for the moment. But I'll have to switch that up in a bit. Oh, Popeye's chicken. Yum, 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 yum. Also, what about the funnest activity you did this week? Anybody do anything really fun? I know there's not much you can do, COVID and all that. But, I mean, if you had like an online D&D sesh with your buds or something. Okay, now I gotta make a gray. That's gonna be fun. Making a warm gray is basically mixing an orangey brown with a very blue. You can make a really warm gray. Ooh, foraging stream. How'd that go? Oh yeah, burgers. Oh baby. Burgers all day. And we sold the last painting. But if anybody's interested, I like putting these up just in case. That way people just know and they don't have to ask. Should have waited till that was more dry. So I usually do these digitally and then print them out on watercolor paper and then do them up that way. So technically I can get a really nice time lapse most of the time. Using Clip Studio, it has kind of an innate one, so I like using that. But mine bugged this time, and I say bugged, but really it was my fault and I lost it. But the last one, I don't think I did. Either way, there's one on my YouTube that was a bigger one. These ones are 5x7, but I did one the other day that was around, I think it was 8x10. Hello, Bianca. Everybody, you need to give Bianca a follow. I was on her stream last night, and she's doing these, she's got these awesome centaur creatures that are like not your typical centaurs. And they just, I was laughing. I was roaring so hard. I really want to see that raccoon one, Bianca. Like, you gotta finish that one. That one's awesome. But I love that you have fun with them. That's so good. Having fun with art is really, like, the main thing, right? Let's be honest. Having fun and just doing what you want. It's so good. It's the whole point. Come on. Mm-hmm. Got this warm gray going on. Probably add some purple here too once I get going. I always like to add a little bit of fantasy lighting because then it's more interesting. A lot more interesting. So we'll get that in a bit. Yeah, throw some links in, Bianca. I think they'd like it. Oh no, went in. Man, I had so many tech issues when I first started my streams. It was a mess. It was such a mess. Eventually, though, I was almost getting used to them, or like used to getting one and then how to deal with it. So it's almost like you learn how to deal with the BS when it gets thrown at you. It'll be better. I'm sure you know what not to do now, you know, or what to do to prevent it from freaking out on you, right? Kind of all over the place today. Let's see if I can move some of this. I want to get this translucence look in here. So sometimes you gotta lift it a little bit. And then I can go back later and add some more stuff to that. Don't buy a defective screen. Yeah, I suppose that would help, huh? Easier said than done. So, since I want to keep this palette kind of limited, I'm not going to go crazy with the different types of greens I'm going to use. I'm going to try to use a similar green throughout so it doesn't feel too strange. So, down here in the tea bag, there's going to be this kind of darker green. And since it's in the shadow, it gets, you know, to be a little bit darker. But then I'm going to use a similar yellow-green up on the leaves, because they're in the sun, so that's going to be a whole different gig here. But, you know. Oh, that's cool, Cavendish. For watercolors, I'm big on just Winsor Newton. If you can afford Daniel Smith, yeah, get those. But when you're just starting watercolors, get the cheapest stuff until you know you like them, and, you know, it's kind of like a leveling up with RPG gear, you know? So you don't get the level 50 sword when you're level 2, right? You want to work up to that so you know how to use it and everything. So don't buy the expensive thing. Typically, I say that's life advice. Don't buy the expensive thing until you've tried the cheap thing. And then if you find out, yeah, I kind of like how this, you know, you can use this and all that stuff, then you can upgrade, you know? Because isn't it kind of silly for somebody to buy like a Cintiq and they're like in their first year of college, like art college? It's like, nah. Maybe wait until, you know how to use it, kind of. Get a cheaper one. Like, I just upgraded my Cintiq setup, and I've had the same, like, small little one since 2008. And, I mean, I've got my own business and stuff, and I just finally updated. It's just, I didn't need it until now. And, you know, I don't upgrade usually until I have a good reason to. But yeah, in terms of watercolors, same thing. Daniel Smith is usually like the really good stuff. However, there is a difference with watercolor paper. I will stand by this. But again, when you're starting off, you can get a Canson watercolor pad at Walmart that's got like 50 pages for, I think they're $5. And they're like 11 by 13 or something. Like, it's a huge pad. It's great for practicing, great for kind of throwaway watercolor sketches, all that stuff. But then once you kind of graduate and, you know, you get better and you want better paper, I use Arch's hot press. It's like 100% cotton and all that. But there's also cold press, which is a harder, rougher paper. I like smooth paper, and the way to remember which one's soft and which one's rough is typically, at least this is how I remember it. I think of hot press like it's been ironed, right? So it's flat. Where cold press is rough, you get a lot of that texture. So if you're somebody who likes a lot of texture, get the cold press. But if you like smooth stuff, you plan on adding other mediums on it, like I'm typically a mixed media artist, so I like adding pastels and colored pencil and all this sort of stuff to it. I like to have the smoother paper to be able to do that, because man, using the colored pencils on that hard paper, it's really rough. It's difficult. So it's all up to you, though. There's no better or more worse. It's just preference. Oh yeah, I haven't even had to like refill my watercolors in over a year. Granted, I don't get to use them as much as I'd like, but yeah, I usually do smaller pieces too. I think there's, you know, if you want to learn and be able to pump out things more regularly, work smaller, you know. I mean, I feel like there are reasons to work bigger, but when you're trying to learn, I feel like it's quantity over quality. And then later on, you know, you switch when you want to actually hone in and actually improve, then it's the other way around. But that's just, you know, that's my opinion. And for those coming in now, I'm announcing that on Monday, February 1st, I'm making a new Patreon tier. And it's a print tier, but it's for ATC-sized prints. So if you're not familiar with what an ATC is, it stands for Artist Trading Card. So they are the size of normal trading cards, but they're prints. And every month I'm going to have a new one, and the only way to get them is to be on that tier. I'm not going to sell them in my store or anything normally. So I'm letting you guys know that ahead of anybody else, just in case you want to put up a reminder or something. So Monday, that's going to happen. And each one's going to have a little story about the illustration on back. Not a long story, but just like a couple lines. But it's a $4 tier, so it's nothing crazy. It's not like a, giant print tier or whatever. No, they're tiny. It's just I do so many paintings and drawings that maybe get to be posted once and then I can't do anything else with them. I figured this would be a nice way to kind of share them with people and, make it so it's an easy thing for people to get on board with. Yeah, forging, that makes sense. Like if it's that kind of craft, I guess, yeah, that's kind of a bummer because those are definitely going to be expensive. So in that case, I wonder if you've got a maker's space near you. Some like towns have these things called a maker's space. I don't know if you've heard of this, but they're pretty awesome. They're a place you can go that has really heavy-duty, high-tech tools, and you can use them. And I think you just pay like an entrance fee or something to get in, and then, or a monthly one, I think, if you end up using the tools. But you get in there, and you're able to use all these tools, you know, however much you like, and you don't have to buy them. So it's like, let's say you do clay pots and you sell clay pots, but you don't have the space at home for a kiln, or you don't have the money because a kiln's like $4,000 or something, right? These places are, you know, like what they are because people need these things, but they don't have space for it, they can't afford it, that sort of stuff. So they're really cool because you can just go there and, you know, you could try something new too. If you're a silversmither or something and there's a, you know, there's a pouring station or something, you can try it there, you know. So it's pretty cool. They have so many different types of things. And I think it depends on where you live too, what's offered, but I don't know, check them out. You might have one near you. I know when I lived in Wisconsin, there was one in Milwaukee. I'm in Illinois now, so I don't know about here. Haven't checked, but I don't know. When I found out about them, I just thought that was a really neat concept and really cool, you know, that somebody would kind of put that sort of thing together. Because, I mean, how many people would love to do that, you know? I don't know, I just think that's so neat. Oh yeah, there you go. Hi, Tamond. Oh, you're in Chicago. Okay, so yeah, then those places definitely exist. Oh, really, Alex? Like a kiln and stuff? I didn't know that. I knew about the 3D printer, but I didn't know that some of them have, like, you know, band saws and stuff. I guess that's the other side of it. Like, if you have woodworking stuff, you can, you know, band saws and things. Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy good. Never mind my dog. He's getting fed. So he's excited. Really, Forge? Wow. That's kind of a bummer. Is there a reason for that? Is it just not a big ticket item that not many people know about, want, what? That seems silly. You would hope more people would want to do that sort of thing. Blending, blending, blending. I'm gonna mix some of this with some of this. Go in here and do this because there's some bounce light. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking. I think I'll add a little bit of blue. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. To get this kind of colder green in here. But not too cool. Oh yeah. Damn COVID. We're having to look for new places to live because of COVID. It's just exhausted everything on our end, so it sucks. Really sucks. getting the shine from behind my back on the paper, so I have to like tilt my head to the side and figure out what's going on. Let's play one of the other playlists real quick, see how this goes. Found a continuous one that's harp, but I guess let's focus on some positives. What are some good things that have come out of COVID for you? I know for sure some people have improved their baking chops, right? That was a thing. Is anybody still quarantine baking? I feel like that came and went really quickly. Like people just wanted to bake right away, but they didn't want to keep at it. I think the wood in this piece is going to be a little bit more drab. I hope those places can get back up on their feet someday. Yeah, same here. Like we never really went out or anything before COVID, and after. Same old for us. Freelance life, right? Oh, really? Before COVID? I gotcha. You know what, Alex? Same. I mean, I was also always kind of looking out for it, but I mean, being one myself and then seeing, like, I think I noticed the ones around me more that were physically present that I hadn't before, you know? Like, I get your meaning. It's like I think I had been searching for them more online than anywhere when, you know, you forget to kind of look around you, that there are some around. Oh, Cavendish. I hear ya. You know, I am gonna bring in that purple now. Purple will just warm up the shadows a bit. And then I'll go back and do this anise in the background. Oh, Yellowstone, that's nice. Well, I'm glad to hear it was asymptomatic. I'm like 90% sure I had it way back in March before they were even testing people. I came back from a convention, the last convention that I can even think of, it was C2E2 in Chicago. I was vending there, and like the day after I came home from the con, I was just a fucking mess. Like, it was awful. And then I was laid up for 2 weeks where I couldn't do anything basically except like hold the remote. So that sucked. That really sucked. And like I said, I'm pretty sure I had it. It wasn't just con crud, because it felt like, if I had to explain what it felt like if you've ever had mono, it felt like a mix of mono and the flu. Like, it was crazy all over the place. Like, had symptoms of both. I was fatigued as hell. So I'm not gonna for sure say I had it, but if I didn't have it, I don't know what it was, because it wasn't just the flu. Hey, Wubbles. Oh, I do, Alex. Were you touching people a lot, or like shaking hands or talking to people face to face as much as I was? Probably not. Like, you know, you were pretty hands off for the most part, but I was touching everything other people were touching at my booth. Like, really think about that for a minute. It's kind of obvious how I got it and you didn't. I mean, my face-to-face contact. I had an extra sanitizer I gave to a friend that showed up at my booth, and I was like, "You have a sanitizer with you, don't you?" And he was like, no sanitizer. I was like, oh my god. So I gave him one of mine, because like, it was just when we were starting to hear that it was spreading, you know? So it was really scary. That's cool, Cavendish. That is a nice side thing. For sure. Really? Oh, forging. If you like comics or anything really, C2E2's the biggest Chicago con. It might even be the biggest con in the Midwest. Because I was going to like cons all over the country for the past couple years, like all the way to New York Comic Con, and then Emerald City in Seattle, and then yeah, the biggest one around here was C2E2. They're all Reed Pop shows, so if you know what Reed Pop is, they're all run by basically the same troupe. Which they're planning on having in-person cons this year, and I'm like, how can you even plan that right now? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I really don't understand. Oh, you went to Dragon Con? Hell yeah. Dragon Con's like my top 3. I love Dragon Con. I just love Georgia too. I mean, aside from the heat, I'm not big into the heat thing, but The people in Georgia were very great. Every year I went, I really liked seeing them. They were all so sweet, very polite, very just nice. It was like a Midwest nice, but without all the passive aggression and weird stuff. I like Georgia. Yeah, the vaccination thing. I don't know, even if people get vaccinated as a vendor, I don't know if I'm gonna go for another year or two. Just because I'm still scared. You know, I don't know. I don't think the con itself will be up and going. I'm not really scared of COVID, like I said, because I think I had it. But I'm more scared of the con attendance being really low due to people being scared, you know? Like, I feel like the attendance is just not going to be comparable to what it used to be for a few years. You know, due to everything. So it's almost like if you don't have the means to pay for going to vend there, it's hard to even say, yeah, it's worth it, you know? It's tough. The Botched Boys. I like that. Yeah, surprisingly, I think Dragon Con actually had the best virtual con last year. Out of all the virtual cons I vended, I think Dragon Con did it the best. Like, it was actually really helpful. A lot of the other ones couldn't get their act together, which, you know, I don't blame them. It's really hard to just, you know, change your entire convention setup for that sort of thing. But, you know, I think they did it well. Dang it, I keep using the wrong red here. It's just gonna get me in trouble if I use it. Oh, actually, I might I gotta use that gray again. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Oh, the digital media track? I don't even know what that was. I just thought their like artist alley setup was really good because instead of like just pointing to everybody's individual shops, they used what was it? Eventany. And Eventany was cool because you basically remake your shop on it, and it acts as just all one website, so that people can just go in and out of people's shops and add things straight to a cart that they can just check out, and it checks out with everyone's stuff, which is really nice because otherwise you have to go to someone's Etsy, you know, pick some stuff, check out, go to someone else's Etsy, pick some stuff, check out. This made it so you just had to check out once for everyone's stuff. So that in turn, I think, made it so, you know, more people sold things because the ease of it was great. So I kind of wish other cons would do that. Unfortunately, I feel like the one I did in December really just bombed. I feel bad because I really don't think they even knew kind of which one to copy in terms of, you know, what con did best for it. So I feel a little bad about that, but this is too dark. Too dark. Gotta pick it back up. Oh, you can't even see that. Sorry. I know it looks like a mess right now, but somehow watercolors have this way about coming together at some point. When it happens, surprise to me too. I don't know when it happens. There's just a turning point where I feel like a painting's like, oh yeah, there's where it's starting to be itself. Oh, podcasting track. The painting thing wobbles. Isn't that weird? It's like suddenly the painting's there and you're like, oh, huh. Right? Yeah. No, I totally feel you on that. That has been probably for me too the biggest hump getting past. Is waiting to get to that stage. And it's funny, that always reminds me of this one Steve Jobs quote. I can never actually quote because I can't remember it, but I remember the gist of it, which is really weird to like half quote somebody. But it was all about that everybody can get to that hard part in a project, but it's getting past that hump and actually getting past it to make something like truly, I think he said, elegant. And it's true, like once you get past the parts that are just the hardest damn crap to push through, you finally make that thing that's like, oh yeah, it's almost like labor, I'm guessing. I've never had kids, but it's probably the similar thing. Once you've kind of pushed past the hard part, it's like, oh yeah, okay. You know. But not many people can stick it out through that hard part. And, you know, I feel that same way with storytelling. Every year, Gabe and I do a thing called Journey June, which teaches people how to do storytelling. And we have to, you know, kind of preface it with, you're going to get to this spot in your story, and I don't care if you're new or, you know, you've done this a million times. You're going to get to a part in your story where you're like, this is crap, or I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go with this. And you just have to make a choice, really. Because you can always change it. You know, you can always alter it later and be like, nah, that didn't work. That didn't work. Don't do that. Go back. Redo. But you have to make some sort of choice, you know, to even keep going. So for a lot of people, that's a hard part. God, this is just muddy right now. I hate this stage. It's one of the nerve-wracking things about streaming them is when, you know, it's in this ugly stage and you're like, oh God, don't worry, it'll get better, but oh my God, right now, ugh. It's bad. Just gotta push through it. Yep, exactly, Cavendish. It's like basic website psychology, you know. The least amount of clicks to get somebody in and using your product, and then to keep them there. It's like why you always want to open an external site link when you've got links on your site to go somewhere else. You don't want to remove them completely from your site, you know. I guess that's kind of a pun in itself, isn't it? But, you know, because then it's hard for them to get back. A lot of the time, people just be like, yeah, I don't need to go back. But if you, you know, say, if you've got, like, a link to your Twitter or something, you know, and it's like, open a new window, I always do that. Because then they're at least, your site's still up somewhere in their browser. And they haven't, like, actually left yet, you know. So for those that came in later, we're trying to do another cozy corner. This is the one I did last week on stream. So if you want to see the replay of this, that's on there. And I'm starting to kind of put together a formula for each one of these, what each one kind of contains with it. So I'm hoping to kind of solidify that in the next one or two. Did he really, Cavendish? That's cool. Thank you, Webbles. It is a walnut papasan. I'm going to, I think, add more warmth in here. So I gotta decide what colors I want these walls and the floor to be. Thinking. Maybe I'll get some more green on this one. Thinking. I just want to do it in more yellow, honestly. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, it's either when you doubt yourself or your story. And you have to push through it, and sometimes you have to give yourself a pep talk that your ideas are good and people will like them and blah 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 blah. But other times you have to just remember that why you're doing that story. And you know, that can be hard in itself, because it's almost like you're giving yourself an elevator pitch about why you should continue doing your own story. It's tough. But, you know, it's better to just finish it, because at least then you've got something finished. I mean, the hardest thing about having a story or finishing a story is to just finish it, really. And then you've at least got something you can work with. You've got a framework, right? You've got something you can work with. There's that quote about you can't edit something that doesn't exist, right? It's one of my favorite quotes. I don't know who said it, but I know Gabe told it to me. But yeah, I don't remember who said that one. I just remember it's a really good one. Hey, Troop! How you doing? Thank you. This is another one in this series. So this was last week, in case you want to look at this one. This one's creation last week. It's the video before. So we're going to try to get to that level. I wasn't planning to stream that long again today, but we'll see. I just really have too much on my plate all the time. I'm always stressing about it, but y'all know that. Thank you. Thank you. I think that one was a 5-hour stream. Typically, I take 2 hours away from a stream for talking, so I guess how much would it be? A third of it? Maybe a third of the stream, I would say, is talking, so maybe that was a 3-hour painting then? Because I do stop a lot. I notice this when I'm streaming. I'll stop because I have to think of like something to reply with or something to think of. And that in turn kind of breaks me of whatever concentration I've got going on. Let's do this little thing. Where's my music, man? What is going on here? Yeah, I'm gonna say somewhere between 3 to 5. Just because like I said, I talk so much during streams, I can't even really figure out when I start and stop. And then I'll even admit that I meddle sometimes, or like just kind of mill about during a stream when I'm talking about something, but I'm still doing something in the stream. Sometimes it's just because I gotta keep doing something, but I'm not necessarily doing anything of worth while I'm doing it. That sort of deal. So for those coming in, earlier at the beginning of the stream, we like to ask, what was your favorite thing that happened this week? What was the best thing that happened to you this week? If you want to share, you can. If you don't, that's cool. But, yeah, I just like to pose a question here and there. You got older Tuesday. Happy birthday. You're a fellow January, like me. My birthday was on the 17th. So that means yours was... Oh god, what was Tuesday? Let's see, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Today's 30th. 22, so you're 26? There are, yeah. It's true, it's weird. A lot more than I originally thought. I'll make this dragonfly, I think, green to bring the green further into the room. I think that would be smart. Still trying to decide what I want these walls to be. I think I want to just make them yellow and just get it over with, but not sure. It's funny because I'm always working, so even on my birthday I have this thing where I feel like I can't really stop working. So I just worked on some stuff that needed to be done that was fun. So I still worked on my birthday, but it was at least fun work. That's kind of how I relax, I guess. But I also took some time to do something a little bit selfish and worked on, after I finished my work for that day, I worked on my intro to my YouTube videos, which is a little animation of my clover self. So you can see it if you go to the beginning of this. I'm gonna make it a little bit longer because it happens a little quick, but, you know, it was one of those things where it's just kind of like a morale booster. Like you finish the thing and you're like, yeah, whew, that one's out of the way. You know, so tried to do that. But otherwise, my birthday I kind of just treat as a I can eat whatever the hell I want day, more than anything. I'm not really the type to go anywhere special, or especially during COVID, but, you know, anything like that. Instead, I'm just like, okay, my favorite things to eat are, and then I just kind of pick out. It's nice. For somebody that kind of obsesses a little bit over calories and bad food, it's nice to have that day to just kind of, whatever, you know, go a little crazy. Thank you, Alex. I plan on making a webcomic with that little me, but I need to get the time and money to be able to buy myself back from myself. So, hopefully this year I'll be able to start it, but we'll see. And for anybody that wants a cheap way to get my art physically, I have a ATC tier I'm adding on my Patreon on Monday, so that for $4 a month you get a little print in the mail. And it'll be prints that I'm not doing them anywhere else except for Patreon. So it's a nice little exclusive, almost trading card-like thing. Existing patrons can also get in on that. I'll explain how on Monday. Okay, so we're kind of getting to where I want to be. I think this room would have kind of a purple tint to it because of the purple plants outside. So I think I'm gonna go with that a little bit more. Like I'm gonna lean into that. So I'm gonna get this, got this yellow I've been using. And it's just gonna end up making it kind of a warm color here. And look at me, I'm graduating. I actually changed my brush. That was one of my worst sins with painting. I would never change my brush. And it's really bad. Like, I really needed to learn to change my brush. Paige, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So then I think, since this is in the shade kind of, and over here is going to be where all the light is, that means a lot of this is going to have a shadow down here. Right? Same with this little ladder. For whatever creature gets in this tub. Who do you think takes a tea bath? What kind of creature would you assume takes a tea bath? Can't be a fairy. Can't be a gnome. Nothing humanoid. What kind of creature? Let's make it a little harder. It's easy just to say fairy or gnome. Ooh, a mouse. Emma, you know me. You know me. Right, Troop. And I mean, it was a fun little challenge, I guess, to to try to make my brush do what I needed it to. But at times it felt like a little unnecessarily challenging, where it's like, okay, now there are other tools that I could use for this, so why aren't I using them? Because I'm an idiot. A rabbit? Maybe. I don't know though, Dennis. If the dragonfly's this big, and yeah, you could say it's just a large dragonfly, and the cup's this big, that'd have to be like a baby bunny. Ooh, NP, a salamander. Cute. I like that idea. Tell me why. I want to know why you think a salamander. Is it because you just like salamanders, or do you actually think for a reason that they'd be in there? I would think a tea bath would be good for you. You know? I mean, is that an actual thing? Now I feel like I'm ripping something off. Do tea baths exist? Does anybody know? Oh, Alex, good one. I like that one. Frog or toad. And that's why the dragonfly's in here right now, because it's like, oh man, they're gone. It's my chance. I can actually hang out in here. So minutes, otherwise he'd be toast. Hi DHT, how you doing? I think my red is dying. It's probably too old. How's everybody's weekend so far? Good? Does anybody have like a weekend ritual they do? Either starting Friday night or Saturday? Anything you do that's like, alright, it's the weekend. Gotta do this first. Persalencia, hi. Welcome. Ooh, Cavendish Hedgehog. Yeah. Soften the quills. Maybe they take a nightly bath just so they can sleep better on their back. That'd be really cute. I just started mixing a color and I don't know what it was for. Oh, it's for this rope. Those of you who are in here every week know that there are parts of a painting I will always forget to do. So I'm trying to actively fix that. I have such a problem with that. Happy to see you too, Alex. Thank you for coming. You know I always like seeing you. Aw, I like that I'm part of your ritual, Dennis. Thank you. Aw, I'm blushing. Axolotl, that's a good one too. Especially since they're more water-based. No, Crickens, I don't. Is it cute? Oh, Sketch, I'm glad you got a friend to call every weekend. That's really sweet. What a nice ritual. I hope they or you feel better, whoever is having the health issues. I'm sorry about that. That's hard. Oh, awesome then, Sketch. I'm glad to learn it is. I would think it would stain your bathtub, though, due to the catechins. So maybe you use a wooden bath, you know, because you're going to stain it, so... A rhinoceros named Hippo? Why would the rhinoceros be named Hippo? God damn it. I added too much water on that. That's okay. Also, does honey soap exist? This is honey soap over here. I'm just wondering if it exists. Got some honey soap here that they used. I'm getting to the part of the painting, and I mentioned this last week. There's a part of the painting where you're careful, and then there's this part where you just say F it, and you just start like doing the things you've been scared to do the whole time. Wobbles, are you still here? Do you get that? I totally get that. It's like you're careful, 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 and then you get tired of being careful and impatient. And you're like, ah! Right? I would think that too, Pylon. But it's more weird to me that the porcupine wouldn't be named like pig, you know, because there's a formula there where the rhino is named a different large animal that's not itself, but similar. Like, I feel like porcupine maybe be called guinea pig or mole or something that's like a guinea pig but a little different. So, I mean, technically a porcupine could still be thought of as fluffy, just a spiky fluffy. Really, Sketch? Soap's intriguing. I've always kind of like wanted to make soap, but I don't know. I could see why it's definitely like a neat thing to search out, for sure. God, these watercolor walls are coming out of nowhere. Sorry, crickets. I don't know. I always do that. I think there's an analytical side of me that always needs to be like, well, that doesn't make sense because of blah, 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 blah. Sorry. Trying to think of a childhood thing of mine you could destroy. I don't know if I have many childhood things. I'm thinking I can't think anything. I don't know why. That's weird. Oh, cinnamon, yeah. So this tea, I linked the tea that this tea is in the chat earlier. I'll link it again in a minute for anybody that wants it, but it's my favorite. It's good. It's a licorice peppermint tea. And it's my favorite. I have it basically every day. I have a herbal tea at night, and that's my herbal tea, and then I usually have coffee during the day. So I'm basically 50-50 tea and coffee. And I'm thinking, for anybody here who's a curious collector, my idea for February's Guardian, and I've had this one milling about for a bit, and I really want to finally do it. I want to do coffee beetles and tea fleas. So they're these little creatures that, like, if you look at a coffee bean, it looks like a beetle. Like, I think so. So I was like, well, what if, there are some coffee spirits that are beetles, and they just look like, and it's probably going to make some people freak out. Every time I do one of these, I get kind of worried because it's like, oh man, someone's going to get triggered by this. But hopefully not. But coffee beans to me look like little beetles, and I thought it'd be cute to have a tea one called a tea flea. And so I'm going to write some lore and do some stickers and what else about those for February. Yeah, U.S. licorice. I'm not a fan of actual licorice. And beware, this is a long link. But this is my favorite tea. And it is worth the money. I can't find it anywhere else. Honestly, my favorite childhood books were probably just things like Beatrix Potter and whatnot. I remember growing up with one of those. Surprise, surprise, right? But if we're talking for like nostalgic value, it was The Jolly Woodchuck, which was a board book, like B-O-A-R-D, board book that was like, I think 10 pages or something, but it had such a feeling of coziness in it. There's one page that I just always think about when I think of cozy and all that, and it's of the woodchuck and his family, and they're deep in their burrow, and it's storming really badly outside. Like, it shows up above the burrow and how badly it's storming and such. And then it shows him with his family, like, sound asleep inside their burrow. And it's a total mood. Like, I love it. Because it really got across that sense of like family and safety, and it was just really nice. I really liked it. So that one sticks out in my memory quite a bit. Anthro animals, cute sketch. Elephants. Oh! The only, like, licorice I like that's like a solid licorice is the Australian licorice. Have you guys ever had this Australian licorice? It's super soft. And it's just, oh god, it's amazing. I think you can get it at, like, most candy stores, I think. But man, it is so good. It's so night and day with, like, you know, Twizzlers or some crap. Like, I don't even like that stuff. Like, it is waxy, it's rubbery, it's blech. But this stuff was so good. Oh my god. Was it Babar sketch? The Babar books? Oh, really, Pylon? Yeah, I've never heard of him. Walter Moore. Oh my god. Chocolate inside the licorice? That sounds amazing. Jove, do you remember what it's called? Like, maybe is it possible to get it online? That sounds so good. I'm into whatever you just described. It sounds really tasty. Yeah, go for it. I would love that. Thanks for asking. I always forget to ask when I'm in someone else's stream. I feel terrible. Hi, Bob Ross. I'm well. How are you? Aw, thank you for the follow. Here, this is what we did last week. We're kind of on a cozy corner kick. Oh my god, I love alliteration. That just gave me a heart jump. Cozy corner kick. So this was a walnut papasan. This is from last week. So this week we're doing a little tea bath. Thank you. Thank you. Here are my socials if you'd like to follow me on something. Let's see. Ooh, gotta click this link. Gotta click this link. I'm gonna have to look for that. Oh my god. It's funny because they look like dog treats. Jove, it's kind of funny. Really, Pylon? Wow. Thank you so much, Bob Ross. I'll have to look into them, Pylon. They sound awesome. Or if you want to like post them in the Discord, or like one of the covers or something, that'd be awesome. This one might need some gouache help later, but we'll see. Might be okay. Starting to get a little muddy, but that's okay. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, go check out your stream. Go set up. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the lurk. What does the chocolate taste like, Jove? Like, what kind of chocolate is it? Is it dark chocolate, milk chocolate? What kind of chocolate? Oh, that's loud. Sorry, I didn't realize that was so loud, y'all. Why, Sketch? Why is it your fault? We have a blizzard actually happening right now. It's funny you say that. Here in Illinois. It's funny that you've got snow happening where you are right now, all across the world. And so do we. That's cute. Thing with this sort of stuff is I'm gonna have to go back in later and do a lot of relining of it. I like using a colored pencil to line it again, so I'm gonna be losing a lot of my lines during this, but that's okay. I can always go back and reline it. Oh my god, too much purple. Too much purple. Oh, cute. Snow Wizard. You're the Snow Wizard guy. Do any of your friends ask you to make it snow, or do they just blame you for snow? Is it black licorice? NP, or is it just black salt licorice? Also, what's black salt? I love salt. Is it salty salt or just non-salty salt? No, Sketch. What have you done? Oh, thanks, Pylon. That really helps me. When I'm streaming, I'm not gonna remember anything later. Like, it sucks. Because, you know, you're pulled so many ways when you're streaming that if somebody's like, oh yeah, check this out, it's like, I really want to. But man, once I go offline, I am not gonna remember anything. At least that's typically how it goes. Oh, cute. Oh, Mickey, you bastard. Oh, damn. That sounds amazing. Yes, Jove, that's totally true. Chocolate in Europe, just in general, is completely different than here in the States. And I've had a few European friends tell me that chocolate here tastes awful in comparison to, you know, chocolate in Europe, which is totally fine because I believe they're right. From your American friends? It depends. I mean, high-end American chocolate is okay, but it, like, I feel like it still can't compare to a lot of European chocolate. We have too many weird additives and things. That's just in general, though. When I went to, I think it was England and not Ireland. I was in Ireland, but I think this was an England thing. They had a candy store that had American cereal in it, and I had a great laugh about that. That was really funny. Because I typically don't eat American cereal, but because it is sugary and it just kills my teeth. But it is tasty sometimes. However, it depends on which one. Anyway, but I just thought it was funny because the whole upper row of their candy aisle was just all sorts of different American cereals. So I thought that was really funny. Funny, awful funny. This needs to stop. There's so much inconsistency right here. Try to fix this. And it would have a lot of diffuse lighting too. There, that's a bit better. Hello, Schnitzel. It's been a while. How you doing? Yeah, we have a lot of sugar, but we also have a lot of weird sugar. Like the corn syrup problem is a big deal. Like we put corn syrup in everything and we really shouldn't. It makes things taste good, yeah, but it's so much less healthy. It's really weird because we were big soda drinkers for a while, or as I say pop. And then we went over to, you know, Europe for like a week or two. I think it was 2 weeks. And all the pop over there is regular sugar and not corn syrup sugar, high fructose corn syrup. And at first we were like, oh my God, this is awful. But after a week or so, we got used to it. And then we came back to America and we're like, what the fuck? This is so weird. And it was really strange. Like the high fructose was so, like you could totally taste it. And then now we can't again. So really strange stuff. Really super strange. It's just, I can't even... It's just weird how different countries regulate different stuff like that. And how different it can taste. It's been a while, yeah. I remember you. I remember the weirdest things. Like, sometimes I'll remember something super obscure and like, what? And I'll be proud of that, and then the next 5 seconds I can't remember what I had for breakfast. So it's like I've got long-term memory. And sure, you can give me props for that, but believe me, short-term memory, I have to really try. Like, really, really try. Short-term is not as good. Alright, I'm gonna do this, because this leaf is ticking me off. So I'm gonna... somewhat see-through, right? Translucence and all that. No, wait for that to dry and hopefully that'll do something. I feel like using watercolors a lot is like half hoping it does what you think it's gonna do. I mean, obviously, if you use watercolors more and more and more, it gets easier to predict what they're gonna do. Just like any medium. I mean, that's the whole point of using it, right? To get to know it, and, you know, once you know it, then you can kind of do things knowing what they're gonna do. But I feel even with watercolor, that sometimes it's hard to guess. It's really a toss-up. Sometimes it'll do what you want it to, and sometimes it won't. I think it's a mix for sure, Jove. But yeah, I think you're right. As far as, you know, most of them go, I think it is that one that's heavily based on luck. For sure. But, I mean, just like real luck, I feel you put yourself in a position to be lucky, you know? Because a lot of the time when somebody's like, oh, you're so lucky, you know, you got this thing, or blah, 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 it's kind of because that person usually put themselves in the way of luck. So it's almost like taking charge of an opportunity when you see it and putting yourself in its way. So, like, if your friend comes back and they're like, yeah, I got my book signed while I was, or I got a deal with a publisher while I was at New York Comic Con, and your friend would be like, oh my God, I've been trying to do that for years. You're so lucky. And it's like, is it luck? I mean, they put themselves out there. They traveled to the place to get the deal. You know, they put themselves in that position. I feel like luck almost is just well-placed opportunity and well-timed opportunity. Sure, there's still a lot of outliers where it's like, you know, complete luck, you know? Maybe that's in other, I don't know, like if you're a model or something maybe. But even then, like putting yourself out and about, that's still something. So Schnitzel, check this out. The whole pet and armor thing, it's just a jumping point. What I actually do, and for those who actually haven't been here very long, if you scroll further down where it says most recent, don't look at the top posts, they're very old. But if you scroll down, I actually take, and I've been doing this for 4 years now, I've done like over 500 portraits doing this specific thing. But what you do is I give you a paw reading, and that's basically you tell me all about your pet. I ask a series of questions about them, and then I place them in a RPG or D&D class that suits them. And sometimes it's easier for me to do it than the actual owner, because a lot of the time the owner will be like, oh, sometimes they're a rogue, sometimes they're a bard, blah, blah, blah. But when you explain your pet to somebody who doesn't know them as well as you do, a couple things come forward more than other things. So I technically figure that part out. So, I mean, if you want them to be a princess, hands down, I can. Or you can hear me out and and humor me and do my little almost quiz I have. And, you know, I can figure out what they might be based on that. And if we do the paw reading and you figure out, oh, yeah, I'd still like her as a princess, I can totally do that. But I think it's just more fun to see what happens. And usually I do these live at conventions, and it's really fun, but as like a little entertainment, almost performance art gig. But, you know, conventions and all that, where are those now, right? Anyway. So yeah, I can do them as a princess, but it might be more fun to figure out what they might be, and then if you do still want a princess, we can do that. Conventions, what that? Also, if you don't want to pay the full price right away, on my Patreon, I use it almost, at least one of the tiers, as a pay over time option. So if you want to pay like $5-10 a month, you know, up to however much you want based on your situation to pay one off over time, you can absolutely do that. So you don't have to pay the lump sum right away if you don't have it. You can just pay over time. And then once you're paid off, either like, you know, doing it over time, or you can pull out anytime and pay the rest, then, you know, you get put in the queue, and that's when I add you to my log, we'll say. This leaf is a little too transparent, probably. Lots of trial and error here. Trying a different lighting scheme this time around. Alright, Sketch, thanks for coming. Good for you to get some sleep. That's smart. Is there a big argument in the US over what people refer to as soft drinks? Oh yeah, always. In the Midwest, we say pop. In the East Coast, I think they say soda. West Coast, I think soda. South, they say Coke for everything. Even if it's not a Coke product, they'll say Coke. So yeah, depending on where you are in the US, different people call it different things. Oh, Monk, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. Cavendish sleep, what's that? Gabe and I had to get up at 9 the other day. For us, in these recent years, that's kind of unheard of. I got up at 5:30 a.m. every day for like 30 years. And now I'm such a night owl, getting up at 9 a.m. is ridiculous for me. I don't understand. What happened? Monk, how was your stream? I know this looks like a hot mess right now, but it's in the in-between stage. Hopefully it'll get closer to looking like something like this, but we'll see. It takes a while to get to a certain point. India ink, yeah, botanicals! Oh, it doesn't pop here, no, Schnitzel, but thank you! Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Let me go look here. So if you look in that that listing, at the very end of the photos, it's going to give you a flyer, and I'll need you to fill out that flyer, and it'll say where to send it to. There's a specific email for it as well. Did you get it on Etsy? You've been meaning to get one for a while, haven't you? I think I remember you being here a while ago and you wanted one. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it hasn't popped up on my phone yet. But take your time with getting me all the info I need, because my backlog right now is insane. Like, I say the 9 to 12, and hopefully it happens 9 to 12, but at the moment things are crazy because of COVID. So thank you. Like, we're basically having to move, find a new place to live. See how that goes. Oh, I'm so sorry, Schnitzel. Oh, your mom, you're so sweet. Well, I'll make sure to do my best on it. I'm so sorry to hear your pup passed. That's never easy. I think I might just do this whole wall yellow. I bet you gave them, though, the best life you could have. And they probably loved you to death for it. Oh, good. I'm glad you got your time to say goodbye. It always hurts when it's really sudden. It was weird, and I know this isn't, like, totally the same thing, but I don't know, it is kind of to me. I had a hamster about a year or two ago. Yeah, I'm an adult. Yeah, I like hamsters. It's a thing. But it was really weird because he had gotten to his about 2 to 3 year lifespan, you know. And those of you might have remembered him. It was Kukui. Sweet, sweet Kukui. And it was strange because the day before he died, he was extra social. And usually when animals are getting close to dying, they kind of isolate and all that. Well, Kukui came out and was a lot more social, and, he had been a little sick for a while, so I thought he was feeling better. And then, so we got to actually play with him for a while. Like, we took him out, we, even had him kind of rolling on the floor with the dogs, and the dogs loved him, and everything was really happy. And then the next day he left. And it was crazy because I almost feel like he was getting in his last thank you, hurrah, with us. So that was super sweet. I was happy we had that. I mean, it was sudden, but at the same time, I was really thankful for that day. But he was a good ham. And I know, rodents are way different than dogs, and, I've got 3 dogs of my own, so yeah, I know there's a difference, but every living life, right? All animals. I love me some animals. I know the inconsistency of this one is all over the place, but it'll come together eventually. It just takes a little bit. At least for my paintings. I'm sure if I were maybe 5 more years into doing watercolor, I'd be a fucking boss at it. But right now it's kind of, oof, getting there. Getting there. Patience, practice, all that. Love is love. There you go. Smokey. Oh. 4 years old. Wow, that's pretty good for a ham. Yeah, Schnitzel, I'll tell you. It hasn't come up yet. If you guys look at my Instagram in the Insta story highlights and go the way right, you'll see Kukui. I did a bunch of stories with him. He's a sweetie. It's weird it would still be in your basket, Schnitzel. I wonder why I did that. I still haven't gotten it yet. I mean, if you want to wait till later and then see what it says, and I can tell you, check in with me. I'll let you know. I don't want you to have to pay again. Either way, I'll obviously reimburse you. Oh, it's been blurry this whole time. Hard to tell, actually, if it's blurry or not. Let's use that. Doesn't help, my eyes have been bad lately. I gotta go in and get an eye exam. Oh, there we go. There, now you can see the imperfections. Thank you, Schnitzel. Oh, Cavendish, we can't see it. We gotta log in. Can you right-click on it and say View Image and then give us that URL? That might help. Oh, thanks, Jove. I try. You know, some of it, if I feel like doing a character sometimes, or just little things. I mean, I do try to have the kids' book aspect of it. You're totally right. Thank you for that. That is a huge compliment. I appreciate that very much. I mean, that's what I'm going for. I've written one children's book and I plan to write more. It's just I gotta get some time. Time is a very expensive thing to buy. At least in this day and age, right? So it just came up like it finished? Did you get the email? There you go. If you didn't get an email about your purchase, then it probably didn't go through. Because, yeah, usually you get a payment confirmation. That did. Oh, Cavendish. That was so sweet of you to do. I bet that made them feel better. You're such a sweetie. Let's see. Cavendish, I'll try to remind Gabe to send out his thing next week for you. Sorry about the wait. He just finished his that issue he was working on. It's the last issue for this comic he's been working on the past 3 years, so he's kind of been overtaken with that. So sorry about that. Well, of course, Schnitzel. Of course I'll return it. I'd be happy to. God, you didn't wonder where all my music goes. It's weird because all these songs have different volumes. So it's like sometimes one will be loud, the next one won't be. I found this other site that plays like a similar thing for hours, but if it gets annoying, tell me, okay? I'll switch it to a different repeat for hours thing. Oh, Cavendish, you're so sweet. Not yet, Cavendish, but don't worry. I seriously had someone get one of my letters I sent for Christmas. Like, I sent it the day before Christmas, and they got it yesterday. So, I'll let you know as soon as I get it, okay? I promise. You'll know before Gabe even knows. How about that? Because, yeah, it's poor postal service. It's taking forever. I'm really excited for it. You're so sweet to have sent us one. We don't get many, surprisingly. If anybody ever wants to send us a card or anything, our P.O. box is listed below the video. You can do that. Typically do stories and posts about them. True. Then I'll be the last to know. Sure, if you want to. I'm all for that. Let's see, overseas stamps are only like $1. So my new Patreon tier that I'm putting up on Monday, sending prints every month, that's open to international people too. So if you're interested in that, put up a notification for my Instagram, and on Monday I'll be putting up a thing about it. So that's when it goes live. If I do it live right now, people sign up and I'll have to do a January one, and I don't have January available. I have February, but not a January. But anyway. So if you're somebody who likes to collect like trading cards or anything like that, they're the size of a trading card. So they're kind of fun small, but they're prints and they have a little bit of a story on the back. I want this to kind of bleed out here. There we go. Yeah, lately they are super slow too. I feel really bad. It started around the beginning of December when people were like sending crazy Christmas packages and everything, and it's just been slow since then. So give them a little bit of slack. They're doing their best. I love USPS. They've never screwed me over. I send like 70 packages a month. They've never screwed me over. So I'm very thankful for them and what they do. This one has a lot of things to fix. But at least you guys get to see what it's like when you have to fix some watercolor stuff, because usually you can rub it out if you have to. Sometimes it's a bit harder, but most of the time you can just kind of get it out of there. A lot of things I fix in post either digitally or with pastels, gouache, anything really. Even markers sometimes. Yeah, go for it, Schnitzel. Who's Lewis? Who is that? What did he do? Is he a bad guy? You can just kind of erase it away, Jove. So like, in this case, you take a little bit of water and you just kind of rub at it. And if you've got good paper and good paints, you can kind of push it back. And then you wait for it to dry again, and then you can go over it again. So like I have loose lines down here, but if I want to, I can redraw them later to kind of incorporate if I do like where the color went. So it's kind of nice to have it loose at first. And then I'll end up putting some whites and things and such. I might even shade more with colored pencil. I really just like mixed media because at some point I'm like, yeah, that's as far as I can go with that thing. And then, you know, I'll want to take it the rest of the way with a pencil or something. Because I kind of feel like I hit a block when I get to a certain point with certain things. And I'm like, well, you know, if I want to finish this up, I gotta, you know, make it tighter somehow. So figuring out how to make it tighter using another medium sometimes is what you have to do. So if you get to a certain point with, like if you're doing watercolor or whatever, or anything maybe even, if you get to a certain point where you're like, yeah, this is kind of where it's at now, and you're kind of done with it, you may need to just walk away from the piece, or if you don't want to continue using, you know, that medium on it, use another one. Like, it's really nice about art because you can really, like here, like this bag is way too wrong here. It's spilled over, so then you wetten it again. You can kind of drag it up. But like I said, you have to kind of have good paper for that. If you don't have good paper for that, that's just going to pill. And pilling sucks. It's basically like you're tearing up the paper. In that case, Schnitzel, I don't think it went through. Like I said, if you do it again, I can easily like refund the Etsy thing if it does it twice. But it doesn't look like it's gone through. Usually by now it has. Oh really, Cavendish? What did he do? Never finished, only abandoned. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I think there is a point where you can't do much else to it. Honestly, I think that's the beauty of traditional art. If you're doing digital, I feel like digital is more of a scary hole. Mainly because like, you can keep zooming in on digital. Like, even if you zoom all the way in, you know, there's still more you can do. And I feel like with traditional, you stop when, you know, you're at the point where you can't really see much else. You know? I mean, if you want to get that detailed, you don't even have to get that detailed. The level of detail you put into something is completely your call. I'm usually a fan of more simple looking detail, where it's like maybe a hint of something here or there, but I think over detail can more likely than not kill a piece. So I don't like going too far into it. I think ill-placed detail is one of the biggest killers, honestly, of a lot of traditional work. Sometimes people just think adding more lines or more shading or whatever is going to make a piece better, and sometimes that's the furthest from the truth. You know, if you're putting detail in and it's in the wrong spot and it doesn't make sense and it's kind of weird, it's going to steal people's eye away from, you know, the parts of the piece you actually care about. So I feel like detail for detail's sake is not a good thing. And honestly, I just appreciate simplified things a lot more. I think simple shapes and simple ideas that are in a piece can actually be a lot more hard-hitting sometimes. So you might need to shake it up then, Jove. Maybe go look at someone else's Blender stuff and try to replicate it as kind of an exercise. I actually went to school for 3D and animation, funny enough, and I was in the game industry for like 10 years. I've got that background, but I mean, the same kind of goes for that sort of stuff. You just need to find how to keep yourself sharp and to keep, you know, working at things. I actually used to use 3ds Max. It's kind of my preferred 3D program. I can't use Maya. Maya is so difficult. Like, how they hide so much of the UI is crazy to me. It's really difficult to use. I have a lot of respect for my friends that use Maya. It's fun though, isn't it? Like, 3D stuff is so much more fun. Like, depending on what you're doing, it can be really fun. Gabe and my next thing is to start making 3D figures with a resin printer. We got a resin printer for Christmas, and Gabe already does minifigures, but since I have the 3D background, I've wanted to get into doing that too, and getting back to my 3D stuff. So I'm excited for that, but it's going to be a little bit until I'm there, until I can actually afford the time to do it. It's true. Something is better than nothing too. If you're ever beating yourself up about, you know, doing something, start it, and then if you're doing it for just 5 minutes even, 30 seconds, whatever, that's more than you were doing it for. So, you know, use that for drawing, use that for exercise, use it for everything. It really does help. Tell yourself, oh, I'll do it for 30 seconds or a minute, you know? And then once that's passed, be like, okay, do I feel like doing more? Nah. Do I want to do more? Sure. And then potentially something great can come of it. Or maybe the next day, you know, you'll go back to it and be like, all right, I'm going to do better than yesterday. So, always something is better than nothing. It was my motto for a really long time. It helped me out a lot. especially when I was having trouble originally getting going with art. Now I don't have that problem. And I don't know why that is, if I know I just have to do it, or it's not even a question anymore. Like, I don't get to ask myself, do I feel like doing art today? Since it's a job thing and I have to, it's, you know, it's a whole different ball game now. Like, people who say, do I feel like drawing? Man, what? It's crazy. But I can remember that time when I had that, you know? Oh god, I'm off the screen. Sorry, guys. That is a good start. Yeah, definitely. Hi, DHT. I'm glad you're still here. Do I think it takes the fun out of it? No, because I think the fun that you put into something, whatever it is a mindset. You know, you gotta find something to be excited about in it. So, you'd think I'm a little burnt out from pet portraits after doing 500 some of them, but to my credit, you know, I've got a nice system down for it. I can get excited about each one I do. I just have to find that, you know, and you know, from that point on, it's just all in your head. Figure out something to be excited about. Is there something you look forward to trying on it? Is there something that you haven't done before that is scary, but, you know, you're curious to research it? Or, you know, things like that. Just anything that'll get your motor going about it. Something that'll get your mind thinking, you know, a certain way. I feel like to actually know yourself and to use these sorts of methods is a really important step in being an artist. You have to know your shortfalls and where, you know, you're good at things. And then you'll be able to figure out, okay, well, I need the most help there, you know, and what to do about it. I think being freelance and just an independent artist is a lot of checking yourself, you know, and making sure you're working efficiently and you know how you're working and how you work best. Because it's like I can't afford to stumble. I can't afford to doubt myself. That's probably the main thing that pushed me. I got to a point I wasn't allowed to doubt myself because I had so many people that were depending on me for a certain type of product and that sort of thing that I didn't have time to say, oh, you know, I'm not so good at this and blah, blah, blah. There was a point I just stopped thinking that because it just didn't help. It wasn't helpful. And then any other time I was doing anything like that, it's not helpful. You know, it's not a good use of time to think about, you know, that you're failing or you're gross or you're not successful or all these sorts of bad thoughts that creep into your head. Like, what good is that? You know, you're wasting time. Just stop doing that. That's just a waste of time. Start doing something that's not a waste of time, you know? That might seem like a harsh way of looking at it, but, you know. I'm gonna make that really yellow again. It feels like something's weird with this paper right now. I'm not one to blame my paper and things, but I've gone over this area like 40 times to make it more yellow, and it's still not yellow enough. It's weird. Maybe it was my brush. I was using a weird brush. Yep, and sometimes it's not even about being even in the mood anymore. It just becomes kind of mechanical. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, it's just they know how to hack themselves to get excited about something, you know? So definitely figure out what it is about the project you're excited about and hold on to that. You know, write it down somewhere. Remind yourself, you know, the whole reason you're doing this. Because sometimes, no matter how passionate you are about something, you'll forget why you're doing it. And you'll even need to remind yourself. And when that happens, you want to be able to pull yourself out of that as quickly as possible. So having it nearby or having it just written down somewhere that you can reference and be like, oh yeah, I do really love that thing. And then go back to doing it, you know, because you want to get yourself back on the rails as soon as possible. And sometimes that does mean, you know, actually reminding yourself. And it sounds stupid, and you might feel stupid for a while that you need a reminder to get kicked back into something you love, but, you know, we're human. We're dumb sometimes. We need to think about that stuff. Sometimes we forget the things we like. You know, I mean, think about all the times you've remembered something you loved, and you're like, oh my God, I forgot all about that thing. Right? You just gotta remember why you love it. And sometimes that'll kick you back into being like, yeah, let's do this. Hi, Zenda. Hope you had a great week, too. Welcome. True that, Cavendish. What city am I from? I'm from Minnesota, originally Mound, which is a really, really tiny town in Minnesota. But right now I'm in Illinois, but I'm from Mound, Minnesota. Is my accent coming out? All right. I do, yeah. If this is about, like, telling them what I do, I made flyers for a lot of the animal places near me to do my portraits, and I've dropped them off there. What sucks is I dropped them off maybe a couple months before COVID hit, and they're not, like, nobody goes in there anymore. It's all drive-up stuff. So, unfortunately, it doesn't even help. Oh, you did, DHT. Good job. She's 13 and driving a car? Homie, what's going on there? Oh, Schnitzel. Yeah, I can figure out how to do that. Would you rather have, like... I can, instead, if you want, I can give you, you know, where they are, and you can just give them a straight donation if you'd like. Actually, I have a, before you do any of that, there's a, I don't know what you call it. There's a group on Facebook that for my birthday I did a fundraiser for. And if you want to give to them instead, it's up to you. But this is the one I like to give to when I do. Well, you can donate to these guys too pretty easily. They usually have a donate button. But it's over on the left. I am saying 13-year-olds can't drive, yeah. So the Frosted Faces Foundation, they rescue and take care of senior dogs. So I'm a big proponent of them. I have a senior dog rescue, and I love her to pieces. But this organization really does help any and all of them. I'm nowhere near them, but I do love what they do. So, I mean, if you or anybody else wants to give to them, I'm all for it. They deserve it. They do very good work. Thank you for the follows, Atari and Mathis. Welcome. There should be more green in this room. Thank you, Mathis. Welcome. This one's about halfway along. This was the last one I did last week. It's a lot more finished. But hopefully this one will get there. Just takes a while on these things, you know. Paintings and whatever. Paintings, paintings, paintings. Oh, I forgot. Patreon has a follow option, I believe. If you guys want to know when that print tier goes up for $4, international included, on Monday, I think if you follow me, it'll tell you when that happens. So my Patreon is patreon.com/Cloverkin. I'll put that up. I did not say it looked like me. You did. I said she had my name. She didn't look like me, DHT. I don't look like that. I don't do my hair that way. But she had my name. That's what I'd said. Trying to get all that diffuse lighting that would happen from a really bright leaf on your wall. I'm not sure what Streamlabs takes, honestly. I mean, if you want to give me a straight donation without any fees, PayPal my email that's underneath the video, thecloverkinart@gmail.com, and put friends and family. So at least this way there's no fees if you're trying to do the donation thing. Alright, I think I can go on to the next part. Do want to get a little bit of this green over here too. How's your week, Sarah? How you doing right now? You good? Yeah, watercolor is pretty, isn't it? I just said I wanted to get good at watercolor, and I've been working on it the past few years to get better. It's definitely a battle, and we were talking about earlier that it is, you know, like it feels like luck a lot of the time, but I feel like that's just when you start, you know, a new medium of any kind. Like, it feels like luck if you get something right at first, but then once you actually get good at it, you get used to it, then it's predictable. Everything feels like luck until you know how to do it, right? It's kind of like the whole science looks like magic to, you know, non-technological species and stuff. That's how I feel about the whole art thing. Schnitzel, if you are looking to do a donation, though, I would feel more comfortable if you directly did it to them. Because, you know, I'm not sure how much you'd like. How much do you want to give them? Or just message me about it, Schnitzel. Oh no, you don't get the fancy thing. Tell you what. Well, the Streamlabs notification is... Where is it? I was just gonna try to give you the Streamlabs notification. Trying to help. Here. I bet I can do it. Hold on. It's gonna say my name, but this is the thing. John gave $76. Oh, it didn't even show the thing. Ah, oh, damn it. Well, there's no John, so don't be fooled. I don't know why it didn't do the thing. Well, damn. Let me try one more thing. Oh, I think I can do it. Hold on. Here we go. I think this will work. Maybe. Oh, it's not going. Damn you. I did John again. Well, you're John right now, Schnitzel. There you go. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. I tried. I even put your name in. I don't know why it did this. Oh, wait. Okay. Alright, now try it. No, I still did it. Sorry, Schnitzel. I tried. Also, this isn't nice. I'm gonna empty my jar. I don't want people to think I got all this money. I know. It's random. Thanks, Sarah. You guys, Schnitzel donated around $100, 116 to some adoption agencies and shelters. So thank you, Schnitzel. Thank you. Everybody thanks Schnitzel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For Schnitzel. Thank you, Schnitzel. Damn, really, Dennis? That's crazy. Hi, Cat. That's very nice of you, Schnitzel. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to go into the next stage here. I'm gonna take a little progress pick. So as you can see, this one kind of looks like this one did before I added all the line work. So hopefully the line work will help it out. So let's do the line work. I'm gonna take a little picture. True that, Schnitzel. Thank you so much. Helping animals is so wonderful. Thank you. And I promise I will. Did you want to give me, or did you want me to give it to that shelter I mentioned? The one for the elderly dogs, or do you want me to give it to the one that was local? I forget which one you wanted. If I do the online one, I can send you a receipt, so that's nice. If I do the other one in person, I don't think that comes with a receipt of any kind. Happy Saturday, Cat. How you doing? Okay, so now this is dark, so I'm gonna lighten this up. So I had to darken this when we first started because it was too light to see the lines. So now I'll put it about where it is. It's a bit closer. Perfect. Will do, Schnitzel. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I will get you a receipt for that then. Drugstore cowgirl. Nightshade? Is that you? You don't need one? Okay. Well, I'll have one on hand if you ever get curious and you want it. I've had instances where I've had people say they don't and then they do. So I make sure I always have it, just in case. Nightshade.
Maybe winking face, okay, fine.
Winky, winky face, okay, fine. Thank you, Nightshade. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, buddy? Nope, January's has not gone out yet. I've got them penciled right now, Dennis. I'm hoping to send them out Monday or Tuesday. And then it's usually 5 days about from when I send it out. But with how the mail's been, you know. But yeah, Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to try to start doing the cards earlier. Because I end up doing them all at once, and I think if I was doing them earlier and like one at a time, maybe that'd be better. I think you'll like yours for this month. Yeah, I don't know if it has schnitzel. Usually it goes through pretty immediately. But yeah, do whatever you feel comfortable with, and we'll figure it out. But yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for your donation, too. Yeah, definitely. Gmail's great for that. Do you, Dennis? You're so sweet. Jove asks, is the final stage of the painting doing darker line work, or are there other steps? Typically, there are other steps. Like in this one, it was a mix of going through doing the lines and then doing a lot of white work, I'll call it. I have all these whites that each one has a different purpose, and I kind of do it interchangeably. Since some of the white needs to be below the lines and then some of the white needs to be above the lines. So if you see on all these things that are lighter, I actually didn't do any on the cotton fluff. But like on the window here, I had to go over that with white. A lot of the berry shines were a white. But yeah, it's kind of a back and forth dance of where I see something, where it needs some help, that sort of thing. What's that fat caterpillar? He's trying to get in because he wants one of these berries that's on the ceiling. He's a little chonker. He's hungry. He's outside though. He can't get in. Silly chonk. And then, like I was saying, come Monday on my Patreon, I have a new tier going up. So if anybody likes tiny art prints, it'll be a nice cheap $4 tier where you can get a little art print that's like the size of a trading card. And this is also for internationals too. If anybody internationally wants a little print of my art every month, it's $5 for you just because shipping is like $1 overseas. And then you get access to all my other digital rewards, but you also get the that physical print every month. And on the back I'm gonna put some little story stuff, of course. You know me. I can't do those things without doing a little story. Heckin' big chonker, yeah. Could use more monsters. Yeah, you always say that. You like monsters. Is there a non-chonker caterpillar? Maybe an inchworm? Like a little inchy guy? But usually those are really thin. We played with that super secret special guest on our Patreon this week. He turned out to be more of a murder hobo than other players have secretive. That's awesome though, Dennis. I'm looking forward to it. Did you have fun with him? Them? Him? Like this didn't have a crack in it before. Like I didn't draw that in, but I actually really like what it did, so I'm gonna leave it. Poutine! Yeah, poutine! It's French Canadian. Is that a clue, Dennis? A monster day? What kind of a monster day? What do you mean? Nightshade. Stoned as hell. I mean, good D&D sesh might have to have that involved, just saying. Probably makes it more fun. Yeah, I don't remember having a Monster Day schnitzel, but that's okay. A lot of us do things like that, though, so I don't blame you at all. Ah, you know, you might be thinking of Justin Gerard. I think he does that. I've seen some things online about that. That might be him. Is it, Nightshade? I'm surprised you can even hear that. Your wild Saturday night pop bottles. See, you guys, per our conversation earlier, can you tell where Nightshade's from? I already told you the answer if you're here. You should know. Thanks, Jove. Yeah, it does help, doesn't it? Especially like with liquid. Here, I'll try to. Like with this is the honey. So there's gonna be that. And then what really helps is when I get the pastels and I pump a few of the colors. So like on the honey, I'll probably pump that yellow really hard and it'll look really kind of gooey tasty. It's just, it sucks because you have to be here for all these intricacies, you know, for doing it, or else you kind of miss it. Oh, you guys are sweet. I'm glad you like the white. It's fun. I really enjoy doing it too. I used to be a little crazy when I did it, and I did it too much, so I learned that there's absolutely like a limit. You shouldn't do it too much. Only where you really need it. I just realized this was probably supposed to be lighter and not darker. Oh, really, Kat? Thank you. I'm glad you like how chill they are. Are other streams really lit? Like, are people really, like, going nuts? Honestly, I don't watch many other streams, so I'm not even sure what... I think the last time I went to an art stream was last night, and before that, I hadn't gone for maybe over a year. Unless it's to my buddy Wade's stream. I think I've popped into his stream a couple times. Because Wade's awesome. But other than that, yeah, I don't really check in on anybody, honestly. It sucks because it's like I'll stream and then right when I'm done streaming I kind of hop off and I'm just kind of done with streaming for then. Like I don't really think about, you know, going back on or anything like that. I get too distracted by something, so when I'm actually working on, you know, hardcore stuff, I'm typically not watching anyone. Interesting people, yeah, Nightshade. I hear ya. Oh, cute, Dennis, really? World building stuff? Jove. Oh no. Oh wait, Dennis, is it a raid? Do you just want a raid? Aw, Kat, I'm so glad. I'm also glad you're sketching too. Really, Cavendish? I guess that's actually like Gabe streams. Gabe was like that. Unless you got him talking, then he'd be fine, but most of the time, yeah, he just put on tunes and tune out, I guess. I don't want to think of myself as a feature of the stream, but I mean, I do get dressed up normally when I am on the camera, so I feel like I have to really, you know, you're here, you're with me, I want to entertain and be with you while we're together, you know. I mean, why else do it, I guess? I don't know. I don't know why he wouldn't interact more with people, you know what I'm saying? Here's your scraping, Nightshade. I feel like some people can't handle the scraping, though. I know if it wasn't me doing it, I might be one of those. I know Gabe has trouble with it. Yeah, if you're gonna stream, you know, stream. There are some artists, though, that can totally get away with not really interacting and just, you know, doing their thing. But, I don't know. I figure if I'm gonna put in the effort of getting dolled up and whatever, normally, not tonight, obviously, but... Oh, yeah, Dennis, I can absolutely do that. I want to raid more people more often at the end of my streams. It's just I always blank out and I'm just saying that, oh yeah, okay, so I'll be on next week at blah 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 time, blah, blah, blah. And then I just cut it. And I'm like, shoot, I should have raided somebody. Like, I always forget. So if you guys remember before I leave sometimes, please, oh my god, tell me. Because I feel like such a douchebag when I don't remember. Because I do want to raid people. I just absolutely forget. And believe me, I let myself have it after the stream. I'm mad at myself about it. But yeah, I can absolutely raid Phil. Was he, he's forging, that guy? Was that him? Who was it? Do you know that guy? He mentioned you. Oh, it's not easy. No, it took me years to get used to it. Oh, Sarah, I love you. You guys should follow Sarah, by the way. I don't know if I said that earlier or not. But yeah, follow Sarah. She's Zunda. Sarah, you want to put your art stuff in the chat? The chit chat? I still have so many projects I want to do. Oh, for those that are kind of new here, typically I'm working on my tarot project. I'm not going to call it a deck because it's not a deck, but it's a project. I don't want to mislead people, but I was going to do one of them this week, but I totally was not able to do the preliminary line art. I wasn't even home all day yesterday because we were out looking for new places to live. COVID. But, this should not be like this. But yeah. So, next week maybe I'll have another tarot card ready. But I'm just doing these in the meantime. Sorry, I will look up at the chat in a moment. Yeah, go there. Yeah. Oh, good, you use beacons too, Sarah. Nice. Yeah, I thought we were going to be here a lot longer. But due to COVID, I've moved 10 times in 10 years. So I'm not happy to move again. I really wanted to stay in one place for a while. But we might have at least a little time to look for a place. It's luckily like our other places we didn't get much time to pack up and go, but this time at least it's a little bit lax, so that's good at least, but still sucks. I'm just so sick of moving I could puke. This got muddy as hell. Luckily the line work will fix that, but damn. I don't know what happened down here. This little guy. Supposed to be a little mint leaf. And this is the part where it's better to use hot press than cold press paper, because cold press paper is the kind of watercolor paper that's like crazy textured, and really like it's gonna make all the difference with your pencil lines. If you are someone to use mixed media, you'll most likely want to use hot press. And think of hot press like it's been ironed. That's why it's flat. At least that's what helped me figure out which one's hot and which one's cold pressed. I don't know if it's actually been ironed. I have no idea if that's part of the process, but that's the only way I've been able to remember it. But yeah, cold press is good if you're doing the whole thing in just watercolor, because you can get a lot of neat textures and things from it. Hell yeah. Sarah, you can be making money off that. If you put the button thing at the bottom, I don't know, maybe you already knew this. But for those that don't, if anybody wants to get beacons, it's like Linktree, but it's kind of better. So you go to it, on mine at least, and then if you go all the way to the bottom, there's a button here for make your own page. If you make one, then I think I get money. So go tap that. Pretty sure I get money. I'm not sure completely, but pretty sure. It'd be nice. I don't know, we could figure out if that's true or not. Ah, dang, Sarah. That sucks. No, Schnitzel. No, that was a long time ago. I'm surprised you remember that. No, that was actually 3 moves ago. I was living there with those people. That was a while ago. That was, I think we moved in 2018? January 2018, I think. Pretty sure? But yeah, no, we moved then to an apartment, and then to another apartment, and now to a house, and then we're gonna have to move again. Because COVID has destroyed our lives. But it's okay. We'll figure it out. I am impressed you remember that, though. Wow. That, after we left, that little collective seemed to kind of, it went away, I think. Like, most people did move out after we moved out. I don't think it's because of us or anything like that, but, as far as I know, it kind of, yeah, dispersed, we'll say. Oh wow, Moobot, why are you going crazy? Sorry guys, I don't know why Moobot had a problem. It's okay, Kat. It's happened to a lot of people. So as sad as it is, at the same time, I at least know I'm not one of the only ones. Like, there's some sort of comfort in the fact that, it's not just me. It's been a bunch of people, like, small businesses everywhere have just suffered, so I'm not trying to do a woe is me, poor me thing, or anything like that. Like, it's just what happened. So, it's okay. Things will get better. I think they've gotten as bad as they could get. So I think, once you reach rock bottom, only way to go is up, right? The Felly, thank you for the follow. Oh, Kat, thank you for the sub. You're amazing. Bless you. I should have used Google Translate so you didn't feel excluded and help you understand. Reach a oofta. I'm planning on going inside to return some soda bottles. Also think about fixing a hot dish. I've always said casserole. I haven't said hot dish. Should I prepare some lutefisk? I haven't had lutefisk either. You betcha. I do say that a lot. I do. I do say oofta too. Shopping at the Mall. I worked at the Mall of America for a few years. That's pretty good, Nightshade. You basically nailed it. Yeah, 2020 was awful. I'm also hoping 2021 is nice. But if it's not, that's okay. Things are what things are. Deal with it when you can. However you can. So Jove, you were asking earlier about the process of this. So if I do the lines and I find out that I still want some areas darkened with paint or anything like that, I can still you know, add that over this. And then it'll kind of blend the lines a little bit, but not too badly. And if it does do it too badly, then I can just go over it a little bit again. So it's not so bad. No, Nightshade, I was mentioning the Minnesota thing because earlier we had gotten into the whole, I was telling Europeans about how US people have different ways they say soda. So like I say pop, Texas is Coke, you know, the coasts are typically soda, that whole thing. So we got into talking about that. So what you said earlier just reminded me of that. That's all. This is almost blown out. Hold it. Just a little bit more. Yeah, that's about right. Yes, I am in the US. I am currently in Illinois. Yup. Yeah, it was insane. When I did work there, I was at the caricature booth. And it was, I feel like if somebody had worked a caricature booth at like Six Flags or something and then went there, they would have been more prepared for it. But I went from not doing caricatures or anything at all publicly, drawing, to doing Mall of America caricatures. And wow. There was nothing to prepare me for that. So that was a whole thing. I got real good real quick though, because it was like you had to. But it was very, maybe it's why I'm okay at streaming. Because that was something else. Because you had people from all over the world visiting this mall, and, you know, maybe you're the first caricature artist they've ever seen. You know, because it's a massive tourist trap, right? But anyway, it was pretty, what's the word? Nerve-wracking, really. Yeah. But it was still an interesting experience regardless. I learned a lot, though my boss was a crook. He ended up, I think, if I remember what someone told me, what happened to him, he took money from the kiosk and eventually just ran and just never was found again. Like, I don't know, it was a really weird story. But anyway, caricatures. Maybe this thing's the reason it's a little bit. Yeah, Nightshade. Yeah, I did the same thing in Texas. I was like, what? What do you mean? I want a Coke. Like, Coca-Cola, Coke. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's really weird because pop here versus pop in Europe was totally different. Europe uses real sugar. Here we use high fructose corn syrup, and high fructose corn syrup is like the worst thing in the world. So it took me about 2 weeks to get used to the soda, but once I did, it was fine. And then I came back to America, and it was like drinking poison. But eventually, I got used to it again. Really weird. So that's scary. But yeah, I don't drink it as much anymore. Like, Gabe and I kind of treat soda like alcohol. We don't drink alcohol, but we drink soda as if it were alcohol. So it's like a once in a while, special occasion, that sort of thing. Like, we don't drink it as part of our daily anything. You get real fat from it here if you drink a lot of soda. So try to limit that. It's part of my stupid health problems for a while. When I was younger, I mean. God, this is not... Hold on. See if I can fix this a bit better. That's a bit better. Russell's my Jimmy's. Nightshade. I missed you, Nightshade. Yeah, Japan's nuts for that sort of thing. Sprinkles, shots, or Jimmy's? Cavendish, what are you talking about? Is that for espresso? We say shots if you're referring to coffee. Oh no. Oh, Dennis, I'm into this. I want to destroy this boy. Oh, we say sprinkles. Or toppings. Yeah, if it's literally sprinkles, like actually baking sprinkles, we say sprinkles. But if it's like, Oreo crumbles or cookie dough, we say toppings. Really? Fanta? Wow. Yeah, Nightshade, it's really effed up. It took me a really long time when I first started to quit because I had been drinking it since I was a kid. Because they get you started early. And I mean, I was a gamer too, so it was even worse, because they really want you to drink pop when you're a gamer. Anyway, but when I first quit it, it was like quitting drugs. It was so hard. Nowadays it's a lot easier, but oh my god. Nowadays my problem is sugary coffee drinks. I've found ways to make them at least better for me when I make them. But man, I love sugary coffee. Oh baby. So bad. So bad. Whatever though. Everybody's got their thing, right? Right. You don't have refills. Good for you. That's good. I remember when we were in Ireland, they don't do tips for service workers. So, we were like, oh, we got a tip for a thing. And then Gabe was like, no, I actually don't think they do that here. And no, they didn't. And it was crazy because I really wanted to. But then I was reminded, oh, wait, they're getting paid a livable wage, unlike the U.S. where everyone's starving and dying. That's why it's different. It's different here in the U.S. I hear you, Jove. That's so crazy. Yeah, US, you have to tip or else, oh my god. You just have to. If you come here, make sure you tip the 20% thing or, you'll get dirty looks if you don't. They'll find you. No, nothing that bad. But it is a serious thing here because a lot of the time our waitresses and waiters and all that stuff, they're not getting paid enough. So you're helping them. But yeah, it is more of a, it's weird because it does end up being more of a charity thing, which is strange. It's like, why doesn't the restaurant just pay them fairly, you know? If anybody does want this one, I'll probably charge like $60 for it. This one's not as intricate as the one from last week, so I can't charge as much for this one for sure. Oh, cute, Nightshade. Yep, it's true, Schnitzel. Totally true. It's so weird. It is, Jove. It is messed up. Yeah, Americans are, I don't know. I feel like people have seen how we really are in the past, like, year or whatever, thanks to T-Rump. A lot of us were not in favor of that man, though, so. Rest assured, there's a good amount of America that hated that man. Yeah, see, so this needs some more to it. This is not enough for me. So I'm gonna go back in. Here we go. Man, is that blown out? Hold up. It's a bit closer, but man, this ladder is blown up. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Oh, we have apps. None of us are good at math either. You think Americans are like really good at math because we got, no. No. We are probably worse than you at math. We just have apps that help us. That's true, Cavendish. Yeah, a lot of people do. I have this really strange color in my watercolor palette, and I don't even know how to explain it. It looks like that stuff that you put on like an area before they do like an incision or something. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's like, it's almost looks like curry, like that color. It's really strange. Anyway. Just can't put my finger on, like, I don't know, it's such a weird color. I want this tea to be a different color than the honey. I want it to be a deeper brown. If it wasn't online when I ordered, then yes, I think we do nightshade. I know. Make this more. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, Nightshade, that's so sweet. Oh, that's crazy, Jove. No, it's just, it's like this weird, actually maybe you guys would like this. It's an ambient loop site, and usually it's used for tabletop gaming, but I figure it's good here because it's royalty free and it's consistent, but I can change it if it's annoying. There's, what is this? Whoa. I guess we can stick with this for a bit. This one's a bit nutty. A little bit more sci-fi or something. Was it annoying though? I don't want to be annoying. I'll go back to it, but... Or maybe this one? Maybe this one will get annoying. How about... This one's jovial. This one might get annoying quicker, but maybe it's not so bad. At least it kind of fits with bird calls and stuff. You're damn right it is. Said very eloquently by Jove themselves. And Jove would know. Sonyarte? Sonyart? Sony Art? Yeah? Sony? Hi. Welcome. Sorry if I just botched everything just now. Thank you for the follow. I think I might go through and just kind of do a vignette around the whole piece. God, it doesn't look as good in the camera. Oh well. I've tried and tried to make it look better. But the camera just don't want to do it. Oh, Night Schnitzel! Thanks again for donating to the animals. I appreciate it. I'll make sure it goes to the right place. And let me know if you want that receipt. Bless your heart. Sarah, if you're still here, remember to hit me up sometime whenever you're free about the thing you wanted to talk about. Oh, thank you for the raid. You got it, Schnitzel. Sonic Bird, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Sonata G. Mayer. What's up? Alright, I'm gonna do something a little bit drastic here. Thanks, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you! Here, I like to keep flashing this one because this is from last week. So this was last time, so if you want to see this one be made, watch the last video before this one. This is another similar one, but I want it to be a little bit brighter of a room. But I don't know, it might be too bright. I'm gonna try to add some stuff here. Like I said, I'm gonna do something drastic. A little bit unsafe. If it'll let me. Good lord. Gee golly. Thank you, Sonia. Or Sony? Sonia? But nailed it. Well, I'm glad it's your cup of tea. I think I might add... You know, I might just say F it, and I might make the floor stone. How do we feel about that? Too late. Going for it. Just going for it. There's not enough going on here. So this sucks because that tea stain is going to end up looking like a cobblestone. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to deal with it. We're just going to go for it. And I'm just going to try and think about this perspective as best I can. Oh yeah, what Nightshade is saying is true. I had a friend that worked for DoorDash. Also, every time I ordered from them when I was away at a con or, you know, convention stuff, I asked one of the drivers the best way to, you know, pay them so that they get a cut. And yeah, cash. Sorry, looks tons better having something at the bottom. Okay, so moral of the story is I need more patterns most of the time. Yeah, there is, Jove. That's a really good question. For me, I'm big on lines, so I need it to take some pretty solid shape for me to think it's getting there. So a lot of the time it doesn't really become a picture until either the forms have been kind of fleshed out with their, you know, the rounding out of their parts, or I get the line work in there. Because then once I get the line work in there, it does kind of come together a bit more. But up until that point, you know, there was a point in the stream where I told you guys, like, okay, this is the ugly stage. And that was totally true. Like, there's a stage where it doesn't look like anything and it feels like it's not going anywhere. And as an artist, you have to know if you keep chiseling away at it, you know, it's going to get there. You just have to kind of trust yourself. And, you know, that takes a while to build up, A, that courage, and B, that knowledge of where to go with it, right? And I'm not saying I know everything about, you know, where to go with this. I've been honestly guessing at a lot of this piece. Because there's a certain look I want, but I'm not exactly sure even how to get it. So I've basically been trial and erroring through this whole thing. And I feel like that's a lot of the time what a painting is. But, you know, all experience is still experience, right? Good or bad. So I'll figure out what I do and don't want to do next time this way. But usually when a piece comes together is when I've added either the lines or it kind of rounds itself out, at least with shape, you know? So that's a big one for me. But sometimes it takes to the very end for me to see that. It's not always immediate. actually like that shadow. I thought I'd have to blend that and kind of blend it into oblivion, but no, I kind of dig it. I'm gonna leave it. Probably would have been better of me to have like an actual reference for this one, but sometimes I like to have a picture in my head of a memory or something I've had, and I really want to try to see if I can do that justice. So a lot of the time I'll see how close I can get. And I mean, most of the time, yeah, you want to use reference. All right, I highly suggest using reference. But sometimes it's fun just to kind of do whatever, you know, just freely, not worry about too much of anything. And basically, when I'm streaming for you guys every week, Saturdays are kind of my playtime. So I like you to kind of see me when I'm playing, because then you can see me screw up, you can see how I work things out, and hopefully maybe it's educational for you as it is for me. And then it feels like it wasn't time that was wasted. You know, someone somewhere got something out of it, you know, whether it be me, you, your grandma, your cat, you know, maybe somebody even walks away with the piece. That sort of thing. So I like to remember that things aren't wasted. And, you know, sometimes I think it's important when you're feeling like maybe you wasted some time doing something. I think that's a really good time to actually take a time out and sit down with yourself and list out all the reasons it wasn't. And, you know, some people might think that's a form of delusion, but really I would see that more as making everything in your life worthwhile. And that has its own value, you know? So, like, there's one thing the other day that I had to do, and I spent all day doing it, and at the end of the day, I kind of felt like it was wasted. And when you get to that point, you know, most people just kind of stop and they're like, ah, dang it, you know, that sucks, and then that's the day, right? They just accept that that was the day. Instead, I like to at least dig into it a little bit more and be like, okay, well, I could think that, or I could try to think, what were the good things I did get out of it? What did I walk away with that I didn't know before? Or, you know, just things like that. You know, that you think about a little bit harder, a little bit longer, and you'll get to a better answer and, you know, a reason for some things. And I think that's an elegant solution, you know, for some sadness sometimes, is reason. For me, I'm a very logical person. Anytime something happens that is kind of unfair or illogical, I get really upset. I get mad. I'm like, why did this happen? Blah, blah, blah. So a lot of the time I have to think of a way where it made sense or it was a good thing. That sort of stuff. So I think it's a valuable skill to have. You know, I think it's only bad when you're deluding yourself in a way that affects others and maybe, you know, your situation to an extent that can hurt people or yourself. If you're not hurting yourself or others, it's probably okay, you know? Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. It's hard to take kind of a philosophy I've kind of adapted and explain it to people without my brain. Oh, I don't know. Princeton. No, I don't know what these are. These are my favorites. This one, this big guy. Yeah, that's a Princeton. Yeah, I have a few of these. These are pretty nice. But you know what? I bought all these when I was like, yeah, I can level up watercolor. And then I keep going back to these ones. I use this big boy, though, for doing a lot of my all-over work. So that's really nice. I don't know. Nightshade? Probably. Oh, you're VIP. I made you a VIP. You're welcome. No, but you can use a regular size teacup and make it, larger. Ain't no rules to this thing. Get a tiny teacup, make it bigger. Why not? There you go, Cavendish. Perfect. That's a great, applied version of that. Yeah, it's basically a post-mortem of whatever happened. So when I was in games, we'd release a game, we'd see how it did, and then we'd have a post-mortem on it. And, we would talk about the good things, the bad things, what worked, what didn't. And I think doing that just in your everyday life is extremely beneficial. It's a way for you to, get rid of the things that don't work in your life and to, give more time to the things that do. And I think that in any sense is worthwhile, And I tend to assess my life situation a bit too much, probably to a bad degree. But, at least I'm doing it more often than not. So that's a good thing, right? Yeah, I'm glad I added these stones. I like them. I like these. I can deal with these. And then these can be... So every time you add something to a piece, they can technically be, I guess, a tool for you to further explain things in the piece. Case in point, I can now use these stones to show where the warm light is and where the cool light is, because they're extra props for this situation. So doing them with a yellow tint around the edges and then giving them a cooler tint behind the cup is going to help, because that's going to show you where the light is, So not only just brightness of things shows you light, but color too. And I mean, if it's outside, out here with the sun, and the sun's bouncing off all these hot green things, and these purples with warm pinks, all that's going to bounce into the window too. And that's just going to carry throughout the room. So you just have to apply it to the things that are around the area. And then, like I said, behind this cup, it's going to be a little bit cooler. And whether you use purple or blue for that, what have you. But you can also help solidify the shape of the cup with where these colors start and end. Hopefully that all makes sense. If I was smarter, I would have made this tea puddle contour to the actual thing here. So that's why these back here are a lot darker, And then something else that I learned throughout doing all this kind of stuff is that shadows can sometimes have shadows. Or things in shadow can have shadows. So the fact this tea bag has a shadow while being in shadow, that's a thing. And since this room is full of super diffuse lighting, it's a little bit harder to do any like absolute shadows, you know. Let's whip out this big boy again. Mix it with some purple. It is, yes. I'm gonna probably say 65 for this. And obviously with any piece I make that's not like your characters or anything, I'm gonna say if I make prints of it or whatever, it's got to be okay with you. Especially since I'm starting that new Patreon tier. I need to be able to utilize everything I make. You'd be surprised. Some people are like, no, I want it all to me. Which, I mean, if I had made it specifically for them, absolutely. Absolutely. But, you know. I think I'm going to add some white coming off of it as a cloud here. Hold on. I'm going to call up to Gabe to throw me down some gouache. Okay, I had to get some gouache. Now I'm going to do something a little bit drastic because I want this to look a certain way. So, Kate, maybe hold on. Sorry, Cat, hold on. Oh, the posting. So the shipping is usually like 13 to 15. I would say 15 for Canada. It's usually 13 overseas. So, hold on. So it's about 80. If it ends up being cheaper, I can always give you your money back. Yep. And then I'll show you. Here. That should work. You want to just get it through that. Makes it easy. Okay, so right now I'm using gouache. Okay, and gouache is kind of like, how to explain gouache? It's like if acrylic and watercolor had a baby. So you can put it over things, but you can also use it like watercolor, which is super nice. However, its strength is also its weakness and takes a long time to get used to. So the fact you can reconstitute it is actually one of the reasons a lot of people have trouble with it. So, like, you would accidentally reconstitute it when you're painting, and people would be like, damn it! You know, I know I did. When I first started using it, I was like, shoot. But if you know how to use it, eventually, it can really help. So, it can make colors pop, it can, you know, it can do all these things. And usually it is, like, best friends with watercolor. And acrylic gouache is gouache you can't reconstitute. So if you like how gouache reacts and how you use it, you'd probably like using acrylic gouache without, you know, the reconstitution aspect. So honestly, using like watercolor, regular gouache, and acrylic gouache can do a heck of a lot. I got it. Thank you, Kat. I will try to send it out in the next week here. Please keep in mind, the U.S. Post has been honestly just all over the place, and I feel really bad for them. They're trying so hard, but things are just so slow. But I'll let you know when I send it out, and I'll get you a tracking number and all that. So if I'm not doing a tarot card next week, I'll be doing another one of these. Or if I'm just really behind on work, I won't stream. Sorry, but it might be true. I'm actually ridiculously behind, so I do need to catch up. My day job? Drawing pet portraits. I'm a freelancer, so I used to be in gaming. I used to be a game artist. And then I quit that job to do freelance full-time, or just be independent, I guess. I'll take a job if it comes to me, usually if I like it, but most of the time it's just me doing my thing. But my bread and butter is doing these pet portraits that, if you want to see what they look like, scroll down to where it says most recent. And so I'm doing these, and I'm behind on them right now because COVID basically forced me to get more work, because my main job, if we want to call it that, was going convention to convention, selling these pet portraits, among my other things like my books and prints and stuff. But since COVID canceled all the cons, all the convention work I had to be put on the back burner, and I had to actually get, you know, more work. So whether that means more tiers on my Patreon, or, you know, contacting people I know to do work for them. A lot of my stuff that I was working on, commissions and whatnot, got kind of shoved to the back. So I'm still pecking away at commissions I've had probably over a year now, sadly. Not what I like, and I hate that it's out of my control, and it drives me nuts every day. But I can't do anything about it, and I need to know and realize, hey, there's nothing you can do about that. So trying to deal with it. But it does suck. But yeah, as soon as I get those out of the way, I'm gonna start my webcomic. I'm gonna start so many things, but until then, it's kind of pecking away at things as I go. Right now it's ridiculously tough. if anybody was asking me, hey, I really want to get into being freelance and independent art, you know, how do I do that? Typically, I would just tell you to start building a boat while you're on another one. In other words, to have a job that you're, you know, building up a name brand and all that sort of stuff on the side. And then once that's built and that's ready and you've got enough money from that, where you want it to be where you're making more money or the same amount of money as your other job, so that when you switch over, it's not a huge jump. You know, like it's the same, it's just a lateral move. You know, you don't want to have any losses in there. But because of COVID and how things are right now, I would not advise to do that jump. I would wait until things have figured out what they want to do again. But if you've got a job and you've been wanting to switch over, I don't want to discourage you from it too much. I just want you to know what's going on over here. But start working at it. Definitely start working at it. There's no reason not to. But I wouldn't do the full switch. Because, yeah, a lot of us who have been doing this for a while are still having trouble. Like, and I mean, we've been in it. So somebody who just gets into it, who doesn't know the ins and outs of how to go about it, might have a little bit more trouble. So if I'm being real with you, you know, wait a little bit. But, I mean, normally it is kind of tough anyway. You want to kind of make yourself a business, I guess, to jump off from first. And then, like, for me, I took the pet portrait idea, right? And I put a spin on it. I put my own flavor to it. And I've been pretty good at messaging it to people and getting my point across at conventions and what it is. I have a good pitch for it. I have even a little performance art thing I do when I'm pitching it. So it's its own thing at this point. But I would say if you're gonna, you know, switch over, you're gonna have to have something that's kind of the money maker, whatever that may be. Don't do fan art because it's not reliable. You'll want, you know, something that I don't want to say is gimmicky, but it's reliable. You know, something that everybody thinks is cool. It's that whole you want a product people don't know they need. That whole thing. And you want to make sure above all you enjoy doing it. Okay, because you don't want to pick something you don't want to do. Because if that takes off, you're going to be upset. Like, the fact that I do medieval animal portraits, I'm totally cool with that. My problem is when they're late as hell and I feel terrible about it. That's what I don't like. I do like doing them though. But eventually I do want to do my own thing too. I have all these stories and things I've got written that just need to be drawn and I don't have the time to do it. So that's a bothersome thing. So just know you're not going to have that crazy awesome freelance time that you think you will to devote to all your projects and things until you've got something else that is making you the money that the other job did. And that was my biggest mistake. When I went freelance, I didn't make sure I had another thing in place yet. And so immediately I was not able to start doing my stuff. You know, and if you have a partner or something that has kind of a breadwinner job, you're in a very nice position and you could absolutely take advantage of that. So, good questions, you guys. Oh, thank you, Kat. Yeah, and I mean, I was doing game art, animation, Unity. I wore a lot of hats at my old job, and I was not getting paid enough for it. But my true love is the stuff that I've got in my head. I really think people would enjoy it. I really, really do. And, you know, I'll bet my life on that. But the problem is I have to get enough money to pay myself to do my dreams, that sort of thing. So to do that, you have to kind of put in the work, especially if you don't stand out. If I'm really realistic with myself and honest, I don't really stand out. And, you know, I've got friends who can make crazy amounts of money with just one print or, you know, things like that. And I don't have that kind of appeal that they do. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. I know my style and all that is pretty niche, but I think me knowing that is part of my strength, you know, knowing that, you know, where I apply myself and where my work does well, those sorts of things. Those are the hard artist questions you kind of have to know. And you have to ask yourself that stuff, like, what kind of art am I in love with that I want to do forever? And you know, when I think about that, is it okay if that's not what everybody wants? And I mean, it should be. It should be okay because, you know, it's what you want to do. So I think a big question that we talked about last time on stream was, what would you be doing if the internet didn't matter? If there was no internet and you weren't trying to project a certain self, or you weren't trying to sell whatever you're trying to sell, what would you be doing if the internet wasn't a factor? And it seemed like that blew a few minds, which is good. I mean, that, you know, some people had a few woke moments, which is good. I mean, those sorts of things are going to make people think, and it's good that way. You want to make sure what you're doing is stuff that you'd be doing alone. Like, it's that whole question of character thing where like, who are you when no one's looking? It's the exact same thing, except more art based, you know, or just business based or hobby soul based. What would you be doing, you know, if money weren't an option? It's that one. It's basically that question, but internet style, because so many people are affected by what the internet thinks. Well, F the internet. What if the internet wasn't a thing, you know? Yeah, I can do them on stream. My only caveat with that, and I used to do them all the time on the streams. So if you look back on my YouTube, I've got every stream basically I've ever done on there. I used to do pet portraits all the time on there. The problem was I wasn't focused enough, and I feel like they kind of suffered because of it. So what I do now is I do the pencils off stream, and because that's the most thought intensive part, because you gotta think of like composition and all that stuff. So I do that part off stream, and then I can either do like the flats on stream, which is just the colors, or the rendering where it starts to pop. I usually talk with the owner and ask them what they'd rather see. But yeah, I can do that. I can also do a time lapse for a little extra. I think I'd talk about that in the listing. But if you want the listing, you can go here. Please know though, it's gonna take a while for me to get to it because that backlog I mentioned, it's killing me. So it'll take you like a little bit for me to get around to it. It sucks. I know. I'm sorry. But I am having a rough time getting through them currently. So I'll get there eventually, right? Very slow roads. Frustrating, but what are you gonna do? I do, Jove. Yes. Yes, I do. I am both an illustrator and author, in my opinion. I have about 4 different stories I've got ready to go. I have 2 or 3 on my Etsy that are available to buy. Every June, my partner and I do this, I don't know what you call it. It's kind of a challenge, like one of those art challenges that's a month long, but at the same time, it's more of an exercise. It's called Journey June. So if you're interested in what that's about, where we teach people how to do a story from start to finish. So if you do the whole challenge and you start it at the beginning of June, by the end of June you'll have an entire story. And it's basically taking the hero's journey and splitting it up into daily prompts. And for the most part it follows the whole thing, at least at the very, very bare bones. And we've been doing it now I think for 4 years. And we've even added a level 2 to it. So now we've got people who have been doing it all these years, and it gets a little old after a while, that formula. So what we ended up doing was improving on the formula, and so we made a level 2 out of that, which is pretty fun. So you can do it any time of the year too. Any time there's, I think, 30 days. I think June is 30 days. You could just randomly do it. I don't take down the prompts. The only perk, really, there's 2 perks to doing it in June with us, is you get to earn a class at the end. In the class at the end, if you finish all 30 days and you make your story, we give you a link to a video where, well, it's not video, we're doing it live, it's a live class. And we teach you how to do 3 types of books. We teach you how to self-publish into a digital format. We teach you to do staple bound, and we teach you how to do a perfect bound book going through an actual company. And we even touch on the 4th one, which is like doing a Kickstarter and getting a really nice book made. But depending on what kind of monetary situation you're in, you know, it's going to obviously dictate which one of those you do. So we show you how to do all of them though. And my partner has been in comics for over 20 years. He's done numerous books, so he's got really good input. You know, I've got my input side of things, and together we kind of have this really nice mix of all this information that we like to help people with every June. So definitely give that a look through if you're one of those artists like me, where, you know, you want your stories, you want to make them, you want to illustrate them, you want to do all the things. Because the most important thing you can do for yourself when it comes to eventually having that goal be hit is that you have to start writing and doing stories now. And a lot of the problem is artists say they have stories, but really they don't. They have ideas for stories, but they're usually too scared to do them, or they don't know where to start, or there are so many different reasons. And so we really help you get over that fear and that first hump to get to the rest of it, you know? So it's a really fun challenge. We always have fun with it. And so in the beginning, when I had more time, I was doing the challenge with everybody. So I think I did it 2 years, and we did stories with everyone. So that's really fun. It's a really good time, honestly. I'm really happy we were able to do it. We should be able to do it again this year. I don't think we've missed a year. I think we've doing it since 2018, 2017, somewhere in there. I don't remember the exact date. Oh, you're so sweet, Kat. Thank you for understanding. Yes, Nightshade, you know I agree with you on that. It's the little things, you know, who someone is when no one's around. I don't know, it's beautiful when you see people actually doing good things and being good people. I love that. I get absolute inspiration off seeing somebody do something good for the sake of doing something good. That's actually what my book Gregor that I did a while back was all about. Like, the tagline to that is do good for the sake of doing good. Not because somebody's looking, not because somebody expects it, but because you want to do it. You want to make the world a better place just by your little tiny insignificant, you know, want to make it better. Because if we all did that, it would make the difference. So those little insignificant gestures in a giant form absolutely make the difference. So Trying to get this rope the right color. Yeah, Nightshade, that's our Midwest passive aggression. People don't like it when we do that. But I feel you. I absolutely want to do that sometimes. It's like, how lazy can you be? Why is this so difficult for you? I will never understand it. At this point, I don't even like look back and glare if I do that. I just do it. And if they see it, cool. If they don't, cool. Because just because I do that doesn't mean they're gonna change, you know? But I know that me putting it back at least made some, you know, teenage kid's job easier that night. That's what I tend to think about. Ooh, uncut, that's good. I didn't know about that. That's a good line. It's true. It's damn true. Nightshade, I think you should just go out more often and yell at people. Seems like it's needed. Also, where are you where these people are like this all the time? This is awful. It is really disheartening when somebody's that, you know, above it, I guess. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you could have probably died, but that's okay. You were a kid. You probably could have outran him. Alright. I think we might be good. What do you think, Kat? This is your baby now. How you feel about it? You want me to add anything? Now it's become sort of a commission. You want me to take away anything? What would you like? I can do what I can. I'll let you know what I can do at this point. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm glad you like it so much. This is your baby now. Oh, good. I don't know if you were here when I described what all's in it. So the plant that's coming in the window, that's an anise plant. So it's licorice, but it's like, you know, it's a licorice plant. This whole piece was actually inspired by, well, half by Cavendish last stream mentioning a hot tub, and then me applying my micro stuff to it. And then the other part of it was that this is my favorite tea, that it's licorice and mint. So I've got, this is a little mint leaf, or it's supposed to be. And then the anise plant outside. So I thought that would be, you know, cute. But also, I wanted to add this spoon here. I wanted to have that be the towel hook, but at the same time, I wanted to have soap. So this is just a dollop of honey that, you know, they've taken a little bit of and, you know, washed with it, whatever. Antibacterial, right? Right. So all these little things, I like to get those in there. I might also do some... Alright, there's a couple things I still want to do to this. I'm going to do a little bit of some trim. Because honestly, you want to level up your room scenario really quickly, add trim. Add trim to a room. That was one of the first things I learned early on when doing either 3D or anything like that. You want to make something more believable in terms of, you know, an actual living quarters or something, add trim of some kind. And it doesn't even have to be literal trim. It could be, you know, something up against a wall. Or just think of just surrounding elements that could help aid the environment, you know. Because those are the things that are really going to make it feel lived in, feel real, you know. So let's make those. God, what color? Honestly, it might be nice to get some green in again, because then at least with the green, it'll pull your eye back through the space. Then again, maybe I could do blue. Nope, you know what? We're going red. We're going to bring that red back. But it's going to be toned down. That's your favorite tea? Are you serious? No way. I had it when I was in England and I came back to the US and I had to keep buying it. Is that seriously your favorite tea? I'm not even kidding. That's messed up. Like that is the tea. What do you mean wild twist? What do you mean? Did you see the link? And how returning the shopping cart is a good way to testify morality of people. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. 100% Jove. 100%. Yep, anything that is in real life that can actually help solidify the space and ground you in your surroundings. Gets a little bit harder when it's fantasy, because obviously I can't put wall sockets in here, right? But no matter what, you've got the trim. And, you know, trim is typically in everywhere. At any time, whether even sci-fi, steampunk, whatever era you want to think about, it's there. Trim. It's constant. Oh my god, yes, cat. I was trying to make it too when I got back here. I was always trying to make it, and then I found it on Amazon. And I was like, damn it, this is the only place I can get it, so I gotta. I love that damn tea. I have it every single night. That's so crazy that's your favorite tea. I am, like, losing my mind over here. Well, this is what I'd call fate. I don't know. What else would this be? That you would get this and you got it without even knowing that. That's even crazier. Yeah, I am in awe right now. I don't even understand how that's possible. This needs some help. I wonder why they won't sell in Canada. I did read that okay, don't get scared by this, but licorice can be poisonous if consumed in large quantities, or like, you know, if you got a bun in the oven or something, you know, if you're pregnant. But it's mainly okay. But you might want to look up how much is too much. So I think I might be borderline with having. I have two bags every day. So like I said, I might be in danger territory. But you know, whatever. I haven't noticed anything yet, so whatever. Oh man, do you want to become famous? Look at that pretty font. Oh, black licorice. Okay, this isn't that. I fucking hate black licorice. Oh, really? Nutmeg is? I didn't know that. Okay, good, cat. Good. Water can kill you. True. True, Blight. True. I could totally do that, Cavendish, but it's not very, fantasy. You know, that's more the borrowers. I wasn't really into the borrowers just because it's modern. I have very strange, I don't know what you want to call them, stipulations for my fantasy. And I think you'd hate me because of it, but I don't do anything typically with humans in it. I hate humans. I'm going to be completely honest. My art will almost always never have humans as a part of it. All my animal stories and everything, humans aren't even there. No humans anywhere. So the idea that, you know, a man-made item would be somewhere in it, like in this case, yeah, the teacup. I get it. It's kind of weird. But it could be a teacup from a dwarf or something. But I highly, like an outlet just screams modern to me. Oh, Nightshade. But I do like the being behind a wall thing, Cavendish. Oh, Badger. Hey, I'm all for it. Badger Cup 2021. But yeah, I just try to stay away from modern things. It's just, there's no magic in that for me. I hate modern things. I'm such a douchebag. Like, I know it. I'm sorry. It's just, I have so many things I don't care about when it comes to, you know, modern things. There are some modern things I think are cool, and once in a while I'll draw them. Like, I still draw robots and shit. I love that stuff. Like, that's beyond modern, I think, but yeah. Well, the flowers outside should kind of answer it for you. It's shrunk down. So the teacup would be, you know, I guess normal sized for a regular medium animal. The clock might be a stretch. That's also kind of modern. But if it were, say, I'm just trying to get away from anything that would say humans, really. The tea bag is modern, isn't it? Damn me. See, I break my own equation here. It's weird, Cavendish. I know, I'm very difficult. There are some things I like and some things I don't. And honestly, they all just come down to random. Like, I know that's dumb. I feel like a tea bag, though, could be non-modern, but I guess it is, though, too. You know? I'm just a big heap of hypocrisy, really. I guess that's what it's coming to. But, ugh. There are just some things it's hit and miss for me. I guess if it's... like, if it was a clock that I made really convincingly older, not using gears, but maybe using more like automaton level shit, like doing the weight system with it, but without gears somehow. Anyway, you see what I'm saying. Like, it gets crazy in my head. It doesn't even make sense. And it's honestly, it's my kind of modern. So this brings up a good point to talk about, at least. What constitutes modern, right? In my case, it's whatever I think. But what I think is not necessarily correct. You know what I mean? So what I think constitutes modern someone else might not. And this sort of thing is exactly what creates a style. So the fact that my art may never include outlets, that might be part of my style. I know that sounds stupid, but I mean, really think about it. Like, the things that people choose to include and omit in their work become their style. So for me to even try to explain the craziness that I'm thinking about with why something I think is modern when it's not, or something, you know, like, it's all over the place. But there are certain things I would definitely avoid and some things that I would embrace. It's really weird. I don't know. I feel like once we started creating terrible pollution stuff, that we fucked up. So if the animals do it too, I don't want to touch it. You know, the Industrial Revolution stuff, and I have no interest in that, really. I'll tell you what. The only thing I will kind of include that could be seen as modern, I guess, is 1940s fashion. I really dig 1940s. 40s and 50s. The wholesome kind of look. Like with the super regular pants and... I don't know. Because it's honestly, if you think about it, it's kind of throwback medieval in a way. It's super simple. You know, nothing was kind of crazy about it. I don't know. Simplified. Yeah, see, I don't like electricity. I don't like the idea of electricity. I always do lamps, like oil lamps or candles. You know me. I always do candles. No, but fire isn't made by a machine. I feel like once we created machines, that's where it got effed up. But, I mean, you could argue that machines are automatons, too, and automatons don't have any pollutive outputs, you know? But still. Yeah, so, I mean, I would think if I'm trying to understand myself, that's kind of what I would put it at, but... You know, if somebody else does something a certain way, I'm fine with that. Obviously, like that's what they want to do. That's cool. You know, if somebody else draws outlets, it's probably cool. You know, I'm not saying I hate all outlets or something. God, this is a weird conversation. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just my preferred what I like to draw and what I don't. And I mean, everybody's gonna have that. I'm sure there are things, you know, someone hates writing about or drawing, and they don't even really have a good reason for it. You just may not like it, you know. I think I'm going to add a little bit of... flushed away. I'm trying to remember. But didn't the rats make their stuff out of trash and things? Isn't that modern? Or am I misunderstanding? Also very possible. No, and Cavendish, I know I'm difficult when it comes to this, but luckily no one ever asks me about this. So I never have to really explain my craziness in that, because I know it sounds like loony ramblings, but it makes sense to me. But I guess that's what matters. I don't know. Sort of, Jove. So like, let's see. In some of my stories that use tools, the tools are usually made out of wood, stone, rope, and, you know, it's a lot of wood mechanics. So, like, you know, it would have wood bolts or maybe even metal bolts, but I tend not to even use metal, really. It's usually wood or stone. So I'm before the Iron Age for a lot of this stuff. Yeah, primitive tech, but used in a modern way. How about that? Is that easier? Because, yeah, like my snail pulling the mouse in the wagon piece, that wagon is completely wood, you know? But it's that sort of thing where it's like, once metal comes into it, I'm not really interested. But I mean, I will still use it for certain things. But it's really seldom. Maybe like a cauldron. The things that make sense for not being wood. That sort of thing. But they'll still look really crude. Like they won't be really nicely molded or anything like that, you know? Actually, thank you guys for this conversation because it helped me actually pinpoint a couple things about myself. And that's always fun. But yeah, it's that sort of thing. It's really before Iron Age for the most part. Yep. Basically, Uncut, you got it. Like even my, okay, case in point, I guess my light mouse story. If you've seen my light mouse story on my Instagram, here, I'll bring it up. For anybody who wants to read a quick story that I did, you can go here. Okay, so if you read this story and you look at all the things that I make, all the tech and everything, you'll see what I mean. Like this mouse works at a lighthouse, but it's not a lighthouse. It is in what it does, but it isn't in what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of fun trying to synthesize something that would work back then, but used in such a way that it's almost impractical. It's kind of dumb, but at the same time I get a kick out of that. So, because I mean, they're animals making these things, right? They're not going to be perfect. They're going to be kind of all over the place. Maybe they are more elegant than what we do. Maybe they're really not, you know? But I have fun with that. So it's okay if it's not really real. I have a lot more fun trying to engineer something that they could maybe make work. Like once it starts raining in that story, I had a lot of fun trying to figure out how he would make a mechanism that would cover the candle so it wouldn't go out. Things like that. Like I have a lot of fun with that engineering aspect. But anyway. Enough about me. I think I'm gonna eat because I might eat my hand or my paints or something if I don't get some food soon. Just throwing that out there. But let me finish this trim. This trim's important. Oh, we gotta do the paint pull, the tape pull. You guys ready for the tape pull? I can still do some stuff afterwards, even without the tape. Who's ready for the tape pull? No, cowl tools? What? It's a lighthouse, but it's not a lighthouse. Was that really like a revelation though, Nightshade? Yeah, link me a thing, I'm curious. Or if you're in our Discord, put it for everybody to see. If you're not though, that's okay. No pressure, whatever. Is it like tools cows would use? Oh my god, I would love that. Thanks, Nightshade. I'll take that into account. Oh, it is short? Okay. I will open it in one of my browser windows. Thank you, Jove. Oh, but these cows are bipedal. That's already not right. Oh, y'all. See, you guys keep saying that, but I keep seeing the kid from The Matrix with the spoon. There is no lighthouse. I tried to make a Matrix joke the other day, and it totally fell flat. And I don't know if it was because it was a language barrier or what, but I felt really dumb when it did hit. Like, it didn't hit, rather. Dennis! Is what's-his-face still streaming? Phil? Is it Phil? Is it Phil? Is that his name? Phil? Is he still going? I didn't forget. Oh yeah, perfect, okay. That movie's old enough to drink. That movie might have a kid that's old enough to drink. Okay. Oh no, Nightshade. How are we friends? Oh, perfect, Dennis. That sounds hilarious. Okay, let's do the tape real quick and then we'll be done. So for those that are new here, hi. You know, welcome. All that. I'm gonna do this tape real quick. It may or may not work well. I don't know. Sometimes I get lucky. Sometimes it's a effing train wreck. But I stream Saturdays at 5 p.m. CST, which is about almost 15 minutes to 5 hours ago, if that makes sense. So, oh my god, what? It was the cave scene, wasn't it? You bastard. We need to talk. Grow up. Anyway. Go follow me on Patreon if you want to know when my my print tier goes live on Monday. I'm really excited about it because it's a way that I can give out prints easily for cheap, and I get more use out of the art I've made. Because my main problem with a lot of the art I've made is just that it doesn't get into enough hands, and it drives me nuts if I make something and then no one really gets to have it, you know? And I don't know. Anyway, this is a nice way to do it. This is turning out pretty okay right now. Oh, damn. Oh, man, that one's nice. Oh, damn, girl. Okay, wait. Oh my god, Nightshade, we can never talk about movies. I agree with Scary Movie. I was not a fan of those, any of those types, but that doesn't matter. We need to talk. Oh man, this is a good side. Look at this one. Ooh, baby. Snap. Snap. That is not so bad. Oh, this is hot. Alright. Alright. Let's pull out. Here we go. It's a little wrinkly, so I'm going to have to flatten it a bit. I don't know why it always does this to me. It gets wrinkly no matter what I do. I'm going to probably put some more stuff in here. Stuff in here, you know. But otherwise, this is going to Kat in the chat, who bought it. I wanted to rhyme something else, but I couldn't think of it. So this was a fun one. I gotta think of another cozy corner for next time. Damn. As much as I love the trim, it kind of runs together here. I have to figure that out. Oh, no. No, this is why Gabe and I are together. Okay? The Pauly Shore thing proves it. Anyway, Pauly Shore is a gift. At least 90s Pauly Shore. He has a new movie out, Nightshade. We should probably all watch it together. I don't know. Pauly Shore hater. You just don't like fun. I mean, unless he's turned into somebody horrible. If he's a racist now or something, that would suck. I don't know. I don't know who he is nowadays, but in the 90s he was fun. When you were a kid. Shut up. If you watch In the Army now, it's still funny. If you watch Jury Duty now, it's still funny. Son-in-Law? Funny. Come on. You guys don't know fun. You don't know fun. Biodome is a stretch for me. That's almost too immature. Gabe loves it, but I have a little bit of an issue with it because that bald one. I have a problem with that bald one. He's kind of a D-bag, but otherwise, you know, I don't know. Yeah, Jury Duty, Son-in-Law, and I mean, he's even good in the Goofy movie. Come on. Oh my god. Well, yeah, he does. But I feel like he's come full circle and he's kind of Nicolas Caged it. Like, I used to hate Nicolas Cage. Like, I liked him for Raising Arizona and a few things, and then he went bad when he was in Ghost Rider and stuff, and then he had, like, Adaptation and stuff, and that was good. But then, like, at some point when he became a meme, I was like, I hate Nicolas Cage. And now, I've kind of come around again, and I'm like, alright, I kind of like him. I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know. But yeah, Pauly Shore he had a style, you know, and you gotta respect the man for carving out, you know, what his style was. He's part of the 90s, you know? I don't care if you like or hate him, you gotta admit, he carved out a piece for himself. No, I didn't. Dennis, are you gonna ruin him for me? Me and Gabe? I don't know. Maybe I want to stay pure Pauly for a bit, but if he's on Joe Rogan, I'm guessing it's bad. Damn it. Anyway, okay. So, Nomad, right? Oh, does it? Oh. Oh, okay. We can agree on this. I don't like Vince Vaughn. Yeah, I think he's just boring. Nothing about him is, like, memorable to me. He's just always in a movie to critique and be... He's kind of like, Kevin James, but less funny. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna raid Dennis's friend here shortly. Yeah. Okay, we can agree at that. Vince Vaughn is less funny, Kevin James. Thank you, Jove. Dennis, send it to me. We'll watch it. That's a cute one, Cavendish. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. It's kind of gonna be mood dependent, honestly. Thanks, Nightshade. I appreciate that. Okay. Next weekend, Saturday, 5 p.m. CST. Here again. We'll do another thing. Have some fun, whatever. Monday, though, February 1st, I'm doing a new Patreon tier. Please find me somewhere and check it out when I launch it. You might like it. I think it's cool. But that's just me. You're welcome, Kat. Thank you for this. I'm going to send it to you later this week, okay? I'm going to package up real good for you, and I'll let you know when it goes out. So hang on. We're going to raid Dennis's friend, and it should be funny because apparently he's going to get scared. So that's kind of fun. That is fun. Let's see. Raid. Let me see if this works. Are we going? Alright, we're going. So, I'll see you guys next time. Have a really, really good week, okay? I love y'all. I love y'all, okay? Have fun.